The 8th of June 2021 Infrastructure Committee meeting. I apologise for sounding a bit like a frog. I should be on Zoom because I've got a cold, but it's a bit hard to chair, and this is Councillor Gallagher's last meeting as Deputy Chair, so I wanted to be here for that. So I apologise. So we'll move to apologies. I've got Councillor Naidu-Rolfe for full apology, and Councillor McPherson, who is for lateness, and Mayor Southgate.
Madam Chair, I'll be in and out a bit today because of other council business.
Yeah, thank you. Are there, and Councillor Bunting for early departure.
Oh no, very similar to Mayor Southgate.
Okay, but in and out on council business.
Looking through the window all over the place.
Yeah, okay. Are there any further apologies?
I'll move.
There are none. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Seconded by Mayor Southgate. All those in favour? Any against? That's carried. Thank you. And we are joined on Zoom by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Van Osten. Councillor Kesh is not here. Oh, Deputy Mayor, was that a vote or was that a hand up for a question? Was it?
No, I was just saying hello.
Oh, good morning. Councillor Naidu-Rolfe's not here, but it's her birthday today, joined by our list Councillor Leo. It's his birthday today as well, so yeah. So apologies have been moved and received. Confirmation of the agenda. You would have received in PX one late item. It's a very short item, but hopefully you've all seen that. So with that, thank you, Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Bunting. All those in favour? Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest?
Yes, Madam Chair. I just
thank you.
Draw your attention to the Hamilton, the stoppage on Hammond Street.
Yes.
I have known the Picketts for some time. I consider them friends. They were next door neighbours. They lived at 13. I lived at 14. They lived at 13. Okay. But I have no pecuniary interest, and no. I don't meet them on a regular basis. But I wanted to declare the fact that I know them and consider them friends. But I don't believe that would change my mind while debating the issue.
So so it's just declaring an interest, not a conflict. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, great. That will be noted. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Do we have to vote on those? No, we don't, do we? No. Okay. Right, let's move on to public forum. We have Ray and Wendy Pickett, and they are speaking on the Hammond Street property. Good morning. Hi, come down. Welcome. Now the public submissions is 5 minutes. You'll see a clock here. It'd be great if you could just leave a couple of minutes in case there are any questions from elected members. All right, so when you're ready.
So thank you, Chairperson, Mayor Southgate, councillors and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Ray Pickett and this is my wife, Wendy. In our presentation today, we have 14 slides, but I'll only focus on 6. So the first slide is currently on screen. In 1939, the front section of 28 Hammond Street and the rear of 26 Hammond Street was sold to council to allow a connecting road between Hammond Streets and Horn Street. All this information has come from BBO. At the time of survey, an error occurred, meaning the house encroached the eastern boundary. If we could move to slide 4, please. This is the rear lawn of 28 Hammond Street. It has the appearance of the rear lawn belonging to the homeowner, but approximately half of the lawn on the right-hand side belongs to council, and the white picket fence was installed by a previous owner. In clause 17 of the council report, there are 3 options presented. Because of time constraints, I'll highlight the first 2. Option 1, the property owner purchases approximately 252 square metres of unformed road in the Cobram Drive corridor. Option 2, the property owner purchases a smaller area to legalise the existing minor encroachment of the dwelling outside the property boundary, which is over the Common Drive unformed road land. We wish to present why we believe option 2, the property owner purchases a smaller area, is the best of the 3 options. I have 5 points to raise. If we could please move to slide 7. Yeah, thank you. We propose, rather than purchasing 252 square metres, we purchase 177. That is the blue line that's highlighted on the screen there. This means the boundary doesn't enter the gully at all. This would protect the environment in the gully and hence address the concerns raised in clause 39 of the report. The boundary would be 31 metres from Common Drive and 11 metres, or approximately 4 stories above the road. In contrast, the boundary of the adjacent neighbour at 21 Park Terrace is 6 metres from the road and goes 10 metres into the gully, or about 1 metre above the road. Our neighbour 200 metres along Common Drive, their property is 4 metres from the road. If we could please go to slide 9. Thank you. At the rear of the gully is quite an open green space, and we would be very happy to finance a councillor-approved planting program in this green space. This would address the concerns raised in clause 26 of the report. Next slide, please. This is addressing concerns about future infrastructure development. As the boundary doesn't enter the gully, what we do note that this wouldn't hinder infrastructure development for walking, cycling or public transport options, read clause 27 of the report. However, there are significant impediments for further infrastructure work. In the neighbouring property at 21 Park Terrace, immediately below that property, and you'll see that inserted, is a retaining wall that runs approximately 50 metres and is adjacent to the road of Common Drive. If you go further north by about 200 metres, another retaining wall, and then again a further retaining wall adjacent to the road and under the Palmerston Street Bridge that spans Common Drive. And fifthly, our final point is affordable housing. We propose 2 of the 9 units will be made affordable housing. I've spoken with Nick Green from Habitat for Humanity, and he is very enthusiastic about this prospect. So finally, if we could move to slide 13. Thank you. The benefits of option 2. Number 1, council maintains its potential for roadside development of the Common Drive area. The boundary would not enter the gully. The development of the site meets council's and central government strategy of providing more intensive inner city housing. The development benefits the community with the provision of 2 affordable housing units, and the unique nature and the beauty of the gully would be protected and enhanced with the planting of new native species. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. We appreciate this time. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks Ray and Wendy. Are there any questions from the committee members? There don't appear to be. Oh yes, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Morena, I just have a couple of questions in regard to the issues around the gully that were raised in the report. Will there be, is there any vegetation within the area that you're looking to purchase? And
Yes, there is a little. I haven't presented it, but I've sourced a photo from the library in the 1960s of the property, and all of that area was actually clear at the time. So yes, there is a little bit of vegetation in that area.
And would that be removed as part of that development?
Certainly most of it would be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not extensive to allay your concerns, and certainly has no ingress into the gully itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of the contribution towards planting within the gully, did you land on kind of what that would look like in terms of that contribution?
So, sorry I don't have a figure because I'm not quite sure how much it costs, but I note council's desire to increase the infill in gullies by about 10%, so we would like to contribute to that.
Yeah.
And certainly would finance. So obviously we'd need to know the figure, but we would certainly, if it's 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, and I don't know the cost, but we would happily contribute towards that.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton?
Well, it's right, asked and answered, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gallagher?
I noticed the proposal and the presentation with regard to the apartments you're proposing to build. Could you just give us a bit more detail of those?
Yes, yes. So what we'd like to do is build 3-storey 9 apartments. My wife and I, as Ewan mentioned, we were neighbours. We've lived in the area for a long time. We really love the area, its proximity to the town and so forth. So we would like to build apartments there and reside there. That is a dream we have. It's something that Wendy and I would love to do, and equally to be able to support affordable housing. Wendy and I are quite passionate about this. Our family home in Hammond Street, we've let this for transitional housing. I went through quite a lengthy process with consenting it only for that activity. And equally, I just want to let you know too, I started a community service 11 years ago called Community Link, which worked with council last year, particularly with lockdown, in terms of providing food parcels and so forth. So we need to have a strong social conscious, and we look forward to benefiting our community in this way and residing there as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor. All right, thank you very much for taking the time to come and talk to us today. The item is, we could bring it, would you like to stay and hear the debate? You probably
Yes, thank
do.
you, if that's okay. Yeah.
I'll just, when you've left the chairs, I'll just check with the committee to see if they're happy to. Oh, okay, all right, yeah. We've got minutes and then the chair's report, so we could do that. That'd be enough time, do you think, to work out some, because there's a motion there somewhere?
Yes. I think the mover of the motion, Councillor Ryan, I'm the seconder.
You're working on something.
Has it already been?
Okay, all right. Yeah, okay, all right. Well, we'll see how we go with the next couple of items. Okay. All right, so let's move on to the item 5, confirmation, on page 6, confirmation of the Infrastructure Operations Committee minutes of 27th April 2021. I can confirm that those are true and accurate record. I'll move. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Seconded. Councillor Pascoe? What? Oh no, Councillor Wilson's just seconded. Sorry. All those in favour say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Zoomers. All right, we'll move on to the Chair's report. It's a fairly brief report. The verbal update I will do now. And as some of you know, the Deputy Chair of Infrastructure, Councillor Gallagher, is moving to take a new role, and he's stepping down as Deputy Chair. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank him. Having a Deputy Chair of Martin's calibre and with his experience is a great thing. His contribution with his wisdom has been very valuable in the 18 months, I think, that we've been working together. It's not the first time we've worked closely together. I think the roles were reversed for community and environment. And I learned a lot through Martin's experience there as well. So sad to see him go, and of course happy to have Councillor Thompson stepping into the role. But I just got a little gift for him. Now, a bit of a funny story that I left the card on the briefing table the other day by mistake, because I wanted the General Manager to sign it. And Martin, when we had a catch-up, Martin thought that was quite hilarious, actually, that he'd already seen a card that wasn't quite ready. But anyway, you're going to get it again. So, thank you, Martin. I won't give you a hug because I've got a cold. And so we'll just do this. Yeah, we'll do this. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you.
Thank you. I did read it in the Waikato Times that there was going to be some changes. Great story. Having said that, I did hear it firsthand from the Mayor in her report. Just to be quite clear, the point of stepping away from this role is to strongly promote Councillor Thompson, particularly in her role as Deputy Chair of Environment, Deputy of Operations. I think there's going to be a really good synergy. So, and I also just want to take the point and very much emphasise that Angela, I have found, we haven't always agreed, but she is absolutely hard-working and dedicated, and this is a very challenging portfolio. And Eva Lisa and the team, what an incredible, as you know, Angela, aren't we blessed with the dedication that's in this area? So I will miss bits of this. In terms of one or two things I'm reading about in the Waikato Times, a few stories that are emerging over the weekend, I probably won't quite miss that bit, but I wish you well.
I haven't seen
And we'll
them.
be supportive of you. You're doing a good job. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I haven't seen them, so. There's a couple of other items here as well. I'll just take those as read on the, and then we'll go to questions. Just on the working groups and a couple of photos there on the opening that some of us went to the material recovery facility, which was to look at the education room, which was fantastic. So thanks everyone for coming to those. So any questions? Mayor Southgate.
Just thank you. On the shuffling of positions within council, of course, they're not formally in place because this committee is before the council meeting at which they're actually decided. So it's a little bit of cart before horse because we haven't quite had that debate. But I'm not expecting anything to change. And I want to thank all of the councillors for the way that we've negotiated the changes so that the vacancies of Margaret are filled. In terms of this deputy one, it's the only one that's in an interim holding pattern at this point in time, not because I don't think Sarah will do a fantastic job, and she certainly will, and she'll learn a lot from you, Councillor O'Leary. It's just that, of course, we're in the middle of a by-election, and we will have a new colleague on board who may need some areas of responsibility yet to be decided. So don't read too much into that either way. It's just what it is. And that'll go through council next week. And of course, since the cat's out of the bag, and it was on the Facebook anyway.
So you mean my Facebook page?
No, I wasn't going to say that.
Ah.
I was going to say it was out there on Facebook. The cat's out of the bag, so I do also welcome Ewan Wilson as Chair of Regulatory Services and Engagement. I think being a trained commissioner will also be a great strength in that role. So, and Sarah, thank you for all the good work that you've done in environment, and I know you're going to be a passionate advocate in the infrastructure, water and cycling. So water's a biggie for Angela and you to grapple with, to be quite honest. It's huge. So I wish you both the best of luck as you navigate us through those turbulent times. Thanks, Sarah.
So we're supposed to be in questions, but...
but Martin had a bit of a spiel too, so I thought... Good.
Well, no, but he was responding to me as I was thanking him, so I thought that was a bit appropriate. But I just want to just...
It was nice.
I just want to respond to the cat out of the bag comment on my Facebook page. We were in the Environment Committee the day before, and it was being openly talked about during that meeting, so I don't think there was any cat to be let out of the bag.
No, I'm just making a point of formal decision, Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, and it's not, I mean, I don't plan the committees and the council meetings and the agendas, so if the cart was before the horse, that was not of my doing.
It's not a biggie.
Councillor McPherson?
Yeah, I actually do have a question or two.
Yes.
Is that all right?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
I wasn't sure whether this was question time or not.
It should be.
Just in relation to the working group's chair, Angela, particularly in parking, but also probably in Access Hamilton one as well, and congratulations for getting those two organised. As you know, we've discussed that and we both think they're really needed.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if you plan to include our partners in these areas, which are particularly the Regional Council and Waka Kotahi, NZTA, because the reason I'm asking that question is in parking, for instance, one of the substitutes for providing parking might be to provide better bus services or bus services in the right area. NZTA are on our backs on policy sense to stop using parking that might add to congestion. So how are they going to fund the alternatives?
Yeah.
So that, for those reasons, what's your intentions?
Look, I think that's a great idea. I know want to catch up with you in terms of Access Hamilton, because that was a strategy that you developed many years ago. So I want to make sure that I understand what your outcomes and your expectations are through that process. So look, I think that's a good idea. I hadn't thought of that and hadn't discussed it with the General Manager. So maybe how about the three of us get together, because a lot of this is cross-work through your committee as well, particularly the high-level principles in parking and, of course, Access Hamilton for growth. So we'll set that up before the recess in July.
Okay.
That's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Chair. My question follows on from Councillor Dave, and that's specifically around the working groups and parking. I assume you mean city-wide parking and not just the parking that's engulfed us for the last few months in the central city?
Yes. So everything. So the parking precincts, the parking principles, the management plan, the commuter work that we've done, trying to ring fence it all so that we're not making just siloed decisions. Yeah.
Right. Can I suggest then, as an add-on to Councillor Dave's suggestions, that we also include Waikato and Waipa in, because I sense that I'd like to think one of the outcomes of the parking review might be park and rides, and some of those park and rides might be better suited just outside the city boundary rather than inside.
Okay.
So,
We'll make a note
so
of
if we
that.
could extend that discussion with those groups too, it may be beneficial.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I assume you'll come back to us with some terms of reference,
Or the whole process.
which will presumably cover most of that.
After July, yeah.
Yep, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, no further questions, Zoomlanders? No? All right. So with that, I will move that the Chair's report be received, seconded by Councillor McPherson. Is there any debate? I think we kind of had it a little bit. No, let's do that on the show of hands. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Are there none against? That's carried. Thank you. All right, how are we going with that motion? Not quite ready yet? Okay, let's do Eastern Pathways then while we're waiting for that.
Sorry, Chair.
Oh, yeah?
Alan was just saying they might need a bit of time to work on something. Chris, do you want to mention the challenge you've got?
On the Hammond Street
Yeah.
item? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Councillor, I'm just talking to Jason, but the
Okay.
revised resolution that I see just approves staff option 2. I think we'd need to say something like approves option 2 and requests staff to commence the road stopping, because you've got two choices under the Public Works Act or the Local Government Act.
Okay.
I think your option you would choose would be the Public Works Act.
Okay.
So I think it needs to just be
So
a little
you-
bit more specific.
All right, so we'll move on to Eastern Pathways. Do you need an adjournment to do this, or? Okay,
I think an adjournment would be best, if maybe, and we can get all the parties involved sitting around the table. Give us 5 minutes.
All right, do you want to
At
do
your
that?
discretion, Madam Chair.
Let- Yeah, let's do Eastern Pathways, then we'll have a very early morning tea adjournment. Yeah, great, okay. So let's move on to item 7, Eastern Pathways. And this is on page 74. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morena.
Right, we'll hand over to you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to bring Eastern Pathways back to you again. I think we're all familiar with the project now and the university to city centre route. The purpose of the report here today in front of you is to seek your approval for what we call the preferred technical route that will go into the business case that we'll send off to Waka Kotahi for their review and approval. Bearing in mind that you're also aware recently we had a letter from Hamilton Boys High School with regards to the possibility of a route going through their sports field, and they weren't looking particularly favourably at that route option, which does obviously focus the mind this morning on an alternative, which we'll call the preferred technical route that the staff are putting up this morning. So happy to take questions from here on in.
Okay, great, thanks, Martin. Councillor McPherson.
It's not a question. like to move the motion and
Okay.
speak to it, so I'll go
Okay.
back on the list for later.
All right, great. Thanks, councillor McPherson. I'm happy to second that. Mayor Southgate.
Just in terms of the Cook Street option, which we had a good conversation about the other day, I'm looking at page 77, indicative layouts. My concern has always been the intersections, as you say. Is there any way, as you know, sorry, is there any way of knowing how those multiple crossroads that you have to navigate through Cook Street will be addressed? I don't see anything in the layout, but I do see that the cycle lanes are properly separated. So the width is there along the whole length of Cook Street to do that design there? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Well, that's good news. So in terms of the intersections and priority to cyclists or the conflict, because there's about 6 or 7, isn't there? Quite a few between Cook and Wairene.
Yeah, there's certainly a number of intersections that we have to deal with. We haven't got into that detail yet. I think the key thing is that we will be providing a separated cycle facility along that route. When we get to the intersections, there'll be a lot of detailed analysis and safety review work done on whatever options we put forward. We'll need to try and understand also the impact on other road users as well, whichever options we choose. And we'll certainly be bringing the details back to you at a later date to provide for information and input as well. It's difficult to say exactly what the options at those intersections will look like at this stage, but we've got to ensure that they meet all the safety requirements through the audit process for all users at those intersections, not just cyclists and pedestrians, but also motorists as well.
So I presume because that's potentially a significant, significant project cost, much easier to put a cycle lane down a straight road without much interference. But is that within the budgets that you've got currently indicated for this project?
That's correct.
So you won't be requiring any more?
No.
One further question through you, Madam Chair. Does any of this go through the park, the sports field? Actually, it's a recreational zone. So does any of it go through this steel park?
We'll certainly be looking at that as an option as we develop up the scheme. We will be working with our parks colleagues on that option. Yes.
Right. Cool. Thank you.
Thanks,
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. You've partly answered my question I had around what's the direction of travel from here if we submit the business case, Waka Kotahi approve it. What is the next step in terms of this being reported back to council? And it seems from your answer that there's still quite a lot of technical detail required to be done before the project can go ahead. How does Waka Kotahi then approve it? Do they approve it subject to a technical assessment and the approval back, or do they just say, here's half the money or whatever their proposal is, go ahead and do it, and we'll leave it to you to make the decisions as to what is acceptable in your community road-wise?
Yeah, so what we'll be applying for is the detailed design of the next stage. So that's our pre-implementation stage. That's where we get into the nuts and bolts of things like the intersections and the detail of the route alignment. That pre-implementation phase will take roughly 8 to 10 months and will involve quite a bit of detailed community engagement. Yep. And we would expect through that process that the details of things like intersections and routes will be refined, and those will be worked with you as we go through that process. And then there'll be a hold point before we go to any further construction. We will request council decision making again to go out with the detailed scheme for construction process.
So are there solutions to, I know what the route looks like, and I know what just visually you can see what some of the challenges might be, given that it's a retrofit around a lot of things that are happening, that have happened and are continuing to happen in that area in terms of intensive building and so forth.
Yes, there are numerous examples around the country of this type of solution in place, so we can draw from other cities and centres of looking at options for as situations arise down that corridor.
Do you think you've got the community on board as far as they should be on board at this stage? And I'm thinking here of not only the biking community, but also the businesses in Hamilton East. I can imagine significant disruption around Cook Street, which is partly one way, and the parking opportunities that might be lost there. You can wander down that whole route and see where there will be challenges. Do you think you're comfortable that there will be acceptable solutions to all the groups? And we've all got a bit of history over the last couple of weeks with Ward Street and Ross Trevor Street.
I think there'll always be challenges when it comes to acceptance from the community, particularly transport projects that maybe alter the road layout outside businesses and properties. I can't think of any one transport project that I've worked on over 35 years that's had complete agreement. I mean, you'll always get people that will feel aggrieved maybe to a point, but certainly at this stage, in answer to your question, is we're comfortable with what we've done so far. There's good community support for cycling, certainly across the city. We know that from our engagement on the biking and micromobility plan. But in fact, before we get into the detailed work on here, we'll be engaging with the businesses and the residents of that area.
Okay.
There'll be a lot of that going on. Yeah.
Thank you. And second question is, how will the corridor connect with Memorial Drive, assuming that the new pedestrian bridge, which is conditionally part of our long-term plan and due to be constructed, subject to all of the conditions, probably in the next, contemporaneously almost with this cycle plan?
The CBD Active Modes Bridge will itself go into a detailed business case, which is about how they get into the detail of where those connections take place. And we're mindful that connection to Memorial Drive and that bridge particularly will be something that bridge business case has to deal with in some detail to prove how it's going to work. So it will be the cycling and our strategy in the business case is to progress the PT portions of our City Centre Unilink and hold the cycle investment until we've worked through that detailed business case in the bridge. And then once we know those connections and how they're going to connect well, then we'll be in a better place to move forward.
So we're not siloing the two projects?
Not at all. They're quite interrelated, and we have to be certain on that detailed business case. We have to be certain on the consenting, and we have to be certain around the acceptance of that business case for funding purposes before confidence to invest further in the cycle route for this corridor.
Okay. And just one final question. In terms of Waka Kotahi, if they approve this project in terms of what we're setting out to do in this motion today, what happens next in terms of their involvement? And I think I might have partly asked this question a little earlier. Do they just leave it to us and write the cheque out for 17 million or whatever their share of the cost would be? Or do they become an active participant in terms of making sure that we have ticked all the boxes and in terms of the engineering and the rollout of the plan?
We'll be asking them to approve the full amount as a strategy across the whole corridor, but the detail around the investigation that we're about to go into, the detailed design, what's called the pre-implementation phase, that number will potentially go up and down a wee bit.
Yep.
They will want to check back in to make sure that the detail of that investment is still a sound investment, and that's why we have a stage gate or a hold point between pre-implementation and construction. So we go back and check with them on the benefits and make sure that we're still aligned on our investment together, and then we move forward to construction.
Okay. And is their investment likely to be a maximum of 50%?
51%.
51%.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bunting, and then I'll go to Councillor Van Austin.
Thank you, Chair. So, regards a few of your answers today have been around we don't have the detail on that yet. We don't have the detail on that yet with regards to specifics of getting through some of these intersections and that. They're pretty major hurdles how loose can we be with the details of this business case application? What do they expect? Can you just paint me a picture of that?
They've worked with us from day one on this, so we've taken them right the way through the optioneering process, right the way through the costing process. They've had a peer review of the consent of the business case, the safety audit, and the economics will be independently reviewed. So Waka Kotahi and the council are hand in glove on this in terms of the level of detail provided to date.
So have they been in favour of the Cook Street option right from the start or early in the piece?
Waka Kotahi have certainly been in favour of options that don't use Clyde Street because of the constraints in that corridor, and this is one of the options that they have preferred us to pursue down.
So have they been in favour of Cook Street over Beale Street?
Yes.
Right.
I mean, just through the chair, they haven't actually seen the business case in as its entirety yet, because
Right.
we've got to get through this committee meeting, so we can then finish off the business case and then submit it to them.
Oh, yeah.
We're just about there, but they haven't had a chance to review the document yet.
Yeah, no, you mentioned hand in glove, and I'm just trying to work out whose hand is in whose glove. Okay, so, all right, okay, so I'm getting a pretty clear picture. The NZTA, Waka Kotahi are favouring the Cook Street option pretty early in the piece. This is making this easy to understand. If, as Councillor Pascoe asked, we approve this to go to Waka Kotahi NZTA as our preferred option, and is there a point at which, for example, the Anzac Parade and Cook Street, Grey Street intersection and Grey Street, Clyde Street intersection become too insurmountable? How open are they to other alternatives to those intersections? Like, is there a point where they just go, this is ridiculous, or are they just going to go with it?
There's been no indication from them to date that they are willing to take that position. Again, we go through a pre-implementation, our detailed design phase next, and those challenges is where that will be explored in detail.
Right.
They have been involved in historic pieces of work where we've looked at it.
Right.
So they know the challenges, and they're with us on the way on that.
Okay. All right. So this Cook Street option being NZTA's preferred option. No, I forgot my next question. No, that'll do me for the moment. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Van Osten.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, gentlemen, for the work you've done so far putting this together. My apologies to the meeting. I too have a cold, so I'm self-isolating. Look, I also have a look at page 77, and I see the layouts and things along Kirk Street and what's proposed for Grey Street, and wonder if you can give me some kind of idea about not just the cycle lanes, but the other beautification that might happen and regeneration of Grey Street that might be beneficial to the shop holders and business owners in that area.
Through the chair, I think there's a great opportunity here for the businesses on Grey Street to get involved in maybe what, let's call it maybe a little bit of a regeneration type project as we go through with the cycling facilities and improved pedestrian connections. There's a lot of space down there. I think it's just how we reallocate it as we go through the detailed design process. We certainly like the business owners and the landlords involved in the development of a project through that area. It's got great potential. There's some fantastic shops down there. We know there's investment going on in that space at the moment, and there's going to be further redevelopment and investment going on. And I think this is an opportunity to just improve that whole environment through there with this project. Will help that.
And there's really well organised groups in Hamilton East that can be engaged to be a part of the maybe some of the design that you're planning. Is that something that you'll be staging a little bit further down the implementation pathway?
We'll be reaching out to or anyone that's got an interest in that area, groups and individuals that will help us actually develop up some designs that we can bring to you for your consideration. Definitely, we want everybody involved in having a say. We've learned that through Innovating Streets about how important it is for people to have their say and get involved.
Yeah, and to maybe tell the story and overcome some of the early issues.
I agree. Yeah.
So I'm also thinking that in terms of Waka Kotahi funding, I understand that there's a limited pool. Do we what degree of confidence do we have that this will get across the line, especially taking into account whether there might be any impact on the recent decision to fund the Waitemata Harbour cycling and pedestrian bridge?
I was in Wellington on Friday at a Road Controlling Authorities Forum meeting. It doesn't sound that exciting, but it was an interesting meeting with regards to funding from NZTA. That they were there talking about that, and they were being transparent and open. There isn't a lot of money around for what they call discretionary activities and projects. So it is a bit like lotto. You put your opportunity in there and see what comes out the other side. All we can do is put our best foot forward with regards to this, and I think we've been through that process. It's been very robust, and we'll probably hear sometime in August whether we've been successful or not. And that's not just on this particular business case, but all the business cases that we've recently submitted as well. And we're one of many councils around the country that are hoping to get a slice of the pie, and the pie is unfortunately a little bit small at the moment.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, first question was just around the engagement with residents and businesses. At what stage is it, I guess, appropriate to be kind of knocking on doors, having those face-to-face conversations to make sure that people feel well and truly informed and that they're part of this journey?
I think the sooner the better. I mean, there will obviously be, it's a public meeting, so there'll be information going out into the public, I'm sure after this meeting, that says, whatever option you go for is the preference. So we need to ensure that we are being open and transparent with the people that are potentially impacted, giving them a bit of information up front of where things are currently at. So I see that we will get to the public as soon as we can, really, with this, even prior to an NZTA Waka Kotahi decision.
Okay, and other question was just in regard to Waka Kotahi funding. What conversations have we had? Any further communication from, say, the Minister of Transport or otherwise that they are looking at other ways to fund some of these walking and cycling projects around the country?
I guess I'll ask it from one perspective. The recently announced budget from May didn't include any top-ups for NZTA in terms of NLTP. So the National Land Transport Plan funding pot is a fixed pot. There is other funding sources the government uses in order to accelerate investments that they are interested in, and we'll be looking to this table for helping us lead some of those discussions.
And when they said that there's very little money for discretionary projects, what do they define as discretionary?
I think anything over and above the base program that's already been submitted.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting, you have further questions, but...
No, if someone has last question before, I'll...
Yeah, okay, I was going to ask that, thanks. Mayor Southgate.
I thought I asked a question before, but this is a very quick one
sorry.
off the back. That's okay.
I didn't.
Super speedy off the back of Sarah. In terms of the consultation that you're doing previously with the residents and affected stakeholders along the street, will you be asking for their input into design aspects or just selling a vision or bit of both?
I think it'd be a bit of both, to be honest with you. We certainly want them to be involved in the how it shapes up from a detail design perspective.
So you, excuse me, you'll be tapping into the local experience of living there and working there? So
Most definitely.
Cool,
Yep.
thank you.
Councillor McPherson?
Yeah, just a question ahead of the moving the motion. Bearing in mind some of the successful public advocacy work recently, for instance, by cyclists in Auckland, but also some by residents in favour of roads, like at Omokoroa and so forth. Are we aware of any cycling, walking advocacy that's happening in Hamilton in a big way that might encourage the government to find more money for discretionary transport?
I mean, I have regular meetings.
As opposed to just our normal sort of bureaucratic stuff that we have to go through as a council?
Bike Waikato are the group that I work very closely with. I know they've got their priorities, what they would like to see done. With regards to any groups, you know, working themselves up for a big protest ride or stuff like that, blocking bridges, I'm not aware of anything like that, but I'm not sort of necessarily mixing in those circles. So difficult question to answer, councillor.
But you wouldn't be terribly upset if one or two of them happened. You don't have to answer
I don't
that
need. Yeah, I probably just will leave that parked.
Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton?
Martin, I understood you to say that the business case is nearly there. In terms of these reports, I also heard, I think you say that Clyde Street is sort of the least likely or least preferred if we can avoid it, but it's still baked in option A. Is that right?
Clyde Street, I think from our previous discussions, the council's already adopted the Clyde Street corridor as a preferred PT link corridor, and the business case is supporting that. The Meteor route comes across that corridor, and so trying to putting other users in amongst that high frequency PT corridor became challenging, and it was something that council gave us direction on when the strategic case landed in August last year. So we have gone out and done a wider route options analysis where we retain PT on the Clyde Street corridor and look for alternate routes for cycling.
Right, okay. And with regard to the B1 and B2 options, with the business case and other work streams ahead, could there be a better permutation that falls out of this? Or is this so crystallised that it'll be one of these options?
I think what will fall out of this is that we have to land on one of the routes.
I guess my question is, could you end up with a hybrid between A and then parts of B and parts of B1 actually? You know what I'm saying? That is it open-minded still, or does it have to get fairly crystallised?
I think we're open-minded because we've still got to develop up the connections, the biking connections in that area, which are sort of the next level down of biking routes. So when I look at the Beale Street or Wilson Street sort of area, I think that's got value with pursuing as a biking connectivity project, not necessarily the route that we'll put in as the preferred route for the business case for this.
Thank you. So there's still a degree of refinement and nuance that could flow out of this process.
Oh, most definitely, yes. I think a lot of that will come out of our engagement with the community in that area as well, about what they would like to see as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just be really clear on this. So while there are nuances and stuff to be worked through yet, the sum is locked in. That's pretty much what you're asking this committee for, is that right? The approval to apply for a business case with X amount of dollars. And how much is that?
That's 34 million.
34 million. So of which 51% will be Waka Kotahi.
That's correct.
49% would be Hamilton City Council. Okay, cool. Just regards the letter from Hamilton Boys, it wasn't dated. When did it come back in?
I'd have to give you the date that was on the email that it was attached to. That would be the date, what we'd consider the date of the letter. I can't remember exactly when that was. James, can you remember?
It was within the last 3 weeks.
within the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And we had our meeting with them talking about that, how long ago? About 3 months ago.
March.
2.5, 3 months ago, yeah.
Right, and so the letter came in 3 weeks ago. Okay, that'll do me for the moment, thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. Just one quick question that's come out of the question discussion. Have you done any research as to whether the main purpose of this route is to be that it would be a commuter route or that it would be leisure cycling? I know that there will ultimately be a bit of both, but would the business case be enhanced if your research and your stats showed that there was a need for the route for one or the other?
The business case is based upon it being primarily a commuting route, so it's supposed designed to lift the number of people walking and cycling during our peak period, which is where most of our transport issues are, and the ways to knock that off are through alternate modes like walk, cycle or PT. And so the combination of all of our investments and policy decisions will make this successful, not just the infrastructure itself.
So is there a student then who will mythically start at the traffic bridge and go to the university at that particular time in terms of using it as a commuter route and coming back the same peak time later in the day? That would justify the $34 million price tag?
There'll be multiple users of this corridor, not just students. And the reason that the technical team proposed this corridor is because it gives it the highest exposure to the most number of people to connect to the route. And that gives it the highest opportunity to be successful.
It's not just a route from A to B, it's connections into that A to B route that people will jump onto it and
understand that, yeah.
That's the idea of it as well.
Right.
Yeah.
And so have you got some idea of the numbers that we might anticipate, in year 1 through to year 5, like we do with every other major project that the city does, in terms that might give us an indicator of utilisation?
Yeah, the total number of households connected across.
I read that, but I'm looking at the numbers who might use the cycle lanes itself.
We do have
or the pedestrian.
We do have some numbers on page. It's attachment. Is that attachment 1?
Yeah.
That talks about. There's a diagram there that says at the bottom that.
Sorry, what page is that, please?
That's page.
It's one of those tables, is it?
Page 81. It's one of those tables. It's option A, and it gives some totals there.
Okay.
But close to 1,800 people on bikes.
Is that daily? Is it?
That's correct. Daily, yes.
Okay.
So if we get it right and we get the connections right, that's where you'll see the uptake. Because our engagement through the biking and micromobility network plan said, if it's safe, separated and well connected, people will bike. So get this one right, we'll see the numbers that we're looking for. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, just come back to Cook Street. I don't want to design this by committee at all, trust me, but at the end of Cook Street there is, straight what is currently the East Side Tavern, which will obviously be development. You can have a direct link down onto the river path. I know it's quite steep. I'm not getting into as an alternative, we're talking about the leisure, pleasure stuff. Has any sort of thought been given in terms of making that sort of easier? Not removing the Grey Street cycleway at all, but just as it seems to me that there are options in terms of a linkage to the river path via that route. I know it's topographically quite steep.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Those routes are all part of the biking micromobility plan in terms of how we make those connections work. We know that Te Awa Cycleway is the primary recreational route for Hamilton, and making those stronger connections will be important. This particular corridor here, how that Central City Bridge links in and how we link it will be quite key to making those decisions. At the moment, our preferred option is to take it down the the main route. But if the link across the bridge comes in at river level, at Memorial Park level, then we'll look at alternatives to make that work.
Yeah, I'm not saying change this, but you could obviously see
Yes.
From the university through Cook Street, carry on down, subject to the new bridge going in. So those are, if you like, those would be sort of tack-on stuff. But when you're doing the work, do I assume that there'd be some sort of survey or something done around a potential future add-on linkage?
Absolutely, yeah, trying to make those river path linkages work better will be part of that core part of that detailed business case for the bridge.
Sure, thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, look, a question just occurred to me when I was listening to Rob's last question. Have you estimated what would be the cost of providing a brand new road for cars, the two-lane road of the same distance in Hamilton, in future? I'm just thinking about your 34 million.
I think we'll be talking about a lot.
I mean, how many kilometres and how much per kilometre when it's retrofitting?
Well, it depends how much property you've got to buy up to get that in. So,
So
yeah,
you're sort of
substantially more.
substantially more. Yeah. Oh, I would say so. With all the property and businesses you'd have to buy up, yes.
But slightly more seriously, shouldn't that be one part of the business case or comparisons of what the alternatives costs are? So, you know, if you're telling a story, so many cyclists, Rob's asking how many cyclists, you've got 1,700 there. Let's say we're going to get 10 times that many cars at the moment, 17,000. Could we build it for 340 million, that sort of length, retrofitting with, you know, I'm not asking an answer now, but I'm asking whether that sort of thing should be in the process.
That level of analysis would be useful at a city scale to understand the counterfactual of not pursuing these works. And I think maybe the Access Hamilton review is something that would be a really, really good piece of advice that you could look for at a city scale to see if we just kept the do-nothing approach and didn't go into our bus, PT and cycle, what would that look like and how much would it cost?
Yep.
I think it'd be eye-watering numbers.
Yep. Thanks.
Squillions.
Squillions.
All right, that appears to be all the questions. Thank you. Thanks, James and Martin, for all your considerable effort and work and patience as well with this item. So that has... Councillor Bunting, did you have an... Was that... All right. So it's been moved by Councillor McPherson, seconded by myself. Councillor McPherson is the mover.
Thanks. Look, I'm supporting the staff recommendation here, and that's after a lot of preliminary discussion, which I think has been very useful and what it's really identified to me is that there are several routes between our long north-south elongated city, CBD, and the eastern main attractors like the university and the various high schools that are going to be needed for cycling and walking over time, several safe routes. We've got routes right now, but they're not safe, so they're not used principally. We need some safe routes. I know that Councillor Blind Freddie has suggested to me in the past that going via Cook Street between the CBD and university is counterfactual, to use a word that James just used. I quite like that. I might use it more. Counterfactual, yeah. But the fact is that that is one route, and it will pick up people from Hamilton East and does need to be safe. So I'm supporting that going forward in the whole group circumstances. I'm also supporting that we look at the direct route, and there is a way of doing that in the motion, option B. I don't take the Hamilton HBHS, Hamilton Boys High School Old Boys letter as anything more than their opening shot in a discussion that's yet to be had. They use part of our streets for having their kids cycle to their school with safe connections offered. So I think there's a lot of quid pro quo yet to be had in that area. But I'm also looking at things like the Bunty Memorial Bridge and that route that goes maybe up Te Araha Street towards the Ruakura Road end of the university campus, which is near where the Ruakura Transport Hub will eventually be. All of those routes are going to be needed. As a kid that used to cycle to and from schools and shops in this very area, 5th Avenue, Fairfield Intermediate, HBHS myself, it was safe to cycle on the streets. We had cycle routes before. We no longer have those. In the last 40 to 50 years, I won't say exactly how long it is, because that might give away my age, but we've lost those safe cycle routes. We've put in fast car routes, we've put in car parking, but we haven't done anything about cycling in that time. And this is the start of redressing that imbalance, which is why I support it. There will be lots of discussions to be had over things like intersections and safety and whether you hold up cars for cycles and parts of the way, all of that sort of thing yet to be had. But I think this says to us and to the government, we don't have a safe cycle solution. If you want that sort of thing, if you want that transference, that mode shift from cars to other more environmentally sustainable forms of transport, you are going to support this. If it's just words that you're giving from the Beehive in Wellington, then don't support it. If you want more than words, then do support it. And if it takes getting 1,000 cyclists blocking the Anzac Bridge for half a day, that might be what it needs to sort of jog their elbow a little bit. Because I think one of the important things that I've learnt recently is when you do jog government's elbows, they do react. Otherwise, you get bureaucratic responses. So if it's just us and our business cases, we may not be successful. If it's the community with us, we're likely to be more successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, look, I will be supporting this, sadly, because it's a roadside path that lacks imagination, creates obstructions to the most possible people and crosses as many intersections as it possibly can. But, as I have had confirmed today, NZTA Waka Kotahi want it and are likely to support it. So, as I have discovered, when they want something, and we support it, we get it, just like we did with Ward Street and Ross Trevor Street. Having said that, it's not free money. It may be the biggest of opportunities we've had to get a sum of money from NZTA Waka Kotahi, but it's still going to cost us 17 mil to get that money. So let's not kid ourselves. We are seriously committing to something massive here. The reasons for my not being so enamoured with this route are, it's not direct. It's very simple. It's counterproductive to what we have been trying to do, and that is build up the CBD as an accommodation spot. We've had talks after talks after talks with the varsity that they are really positive about the CBD becoming accommodation for students, especially international students whence they return. But can you honestly tell me that students are going to choose to live in town and go all the way down through Hamilton East, do a nice bit of shopping, have a cup of tea on their way to varsity first thing in the morning? I don't think so. On the way back, maybe. That's why I think this is a little bit, what was the word we used? Counterfactual. Yeah, it's not the greatest route in my mind. But there are greater minds than mine at Waka Kotahi NZTA, and the staff have done the technical work, so I will support them in this. I still don't think it is the right thing to do, but I am encouraged by the fact that the routes that I think are the right things to do are still doable. So, so I will be supporting it. Yes, this route connects with the most people, but so do our bus routes. And they aren't working at the moment. We're moving to a connectivity model, to a ridership model, as opposed to a coverage model, where there are more frequent users that have to walk a little bit further to get to it. So I don't believe that's a strong argument to use. I'm also interested in that we gave a very clear direction that we should separate buses and cycleways. It makes mathematical sense. Yet this route still takes in half of Clyde Street and will be sharing with buses at the top end up by the university. However, NZTA and Whakatahi know best, so I will support it. They have given us very clear indication that this is their preferred route. So, look, I'm not going to turn it down. I mean, who would I be to turn down a cycle route? However, I just happen to think there are better ones. I agree with Councillor McPherson, the Hamilton Boys letter that miraculously appeared not long before this meeting. I believe that is an opening shot. We've had many discussions with Hamilton Boys, myself personally, that they are keen to talk further about that piece of land, and I believe we should march along that route in a positive way. So look, I think I've made my feelings pretty clear right throughout this debate. I will be supporting this option because it keeps the right ones on the table.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, thank you. I note reference by Councillor McPherson to a letter from the Hamilton Boys High School. I'm not sure where that's been sourced from. He mentioned a letter from the old boys. He himself is an old boy of the school, but not in spirit an old boy, of course. But anyway, and I don't want to break protocol, and I'd never break standing orders, but let me take this opportunity to warmly congratulate Susan Hassel on her award of a Royal New Zealand Honour. Well deserved, wonderful school, great school, and obviously, as Councillor McPherson says, there will be good ongoing constructive discussions with that wonderful school in terms of potential future routes. I want to thank Councillor Sarah Thompson, who hosted myself, Councillor Maxine Van Oosten and Councillor Ewan Wilson on a tour where we did a road test or a field test or whatever of both routes. And I was actually surprised in a sense that on the surface the Boys High Wilson Street, Beale Street wasn't as necessarily straightforward as I had thought. Certainly when we were crossing the Eastern Arterial and going through the very high density area of flats and student apartments and all that, some alleyways and that, and I sort of kind of thought, well, I would certainly, when eventually that route gets developed, I would certainly want a whole lot of security and safety issues to be addressed. When we came back via the Clyde Street, then across into Cook Street, down to Grey Street, I was actually personally quite surprised, and we also passed Her Worship the Mayor's mother on the way and waved to her. She was out doing some shopping. It was a great day. But I was actually personally surprised at, from a cyclist point of view, how relatively good that particular route was, and hence my question about the potential more direct link onto the river path if people would choose that option down the track. I take the point of Councillor McPherson, however, in terms of the money and what do we spend, on roads for fossil-fuelled motor vehicles, as against, encouraging mode change and alternatives. So I'm going to be obviously supporting this motion. Obviously, I think as Councillor Bunting has pointed out, this certainly does not preclude at all what I think need to be some ongoing discussions, because very clearly the Boys High Wilson is certainly a future option. But again, I thank the incoming Deputy Chair of this committee, Councillor Thompson, subject to democratic will, for taking the initiative to say, Martin, get on a bike, come with us and have a look. And it was a really useful exercise just to test both routes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
Chair, and firstly, also thank you to yourself and to Councillor Ryan for also coming on Sarah's cycling tour. And I'm proud to say we all came back alive. I definitely had a sigh of relief when we got back. We need all of these routes. Just like you've got many ways to drive somewhere within the city, you also need different options to bike somewhere within a city. And it needs to be fully connected from one place to another. And so I'm really excited about the Cook Street, Grey Street route, as well as the Boys High, Bell Street route. They've both got fantastic things going for them. What I am worried about is whether we're actually going to get the money we need to do this. And I would like to send a really strong message to Minister of Transport that we are trying to do what this government wants us to do, which is to invest in safe walking, cycling, scootering and public transport. And I think there will be a lot of unhappy communities out there if we're left high and dry, as well as cities like Dunedin and Wellington who have also put in additional money to fast-track their investment into active modes and public transport. This government's climate commitments will be particularly empty if at the end of August, suddenly we all get the news that we can't go ahead with our projects or that they're going to be significantly delayed. So I'm encouraged by the direction of this government in terms of investing, setting the direction for cycling and walking and public transport, but we really need the money to come with that direction. I also just want to say that in terms of the cost of not investing in multimodal transport, it's ironic that groups like residents and ratepayers who advocate for lower rates, for lower spending, at the same time are so opposed to investing in modes of transport which are incredibly cost efficient and will save our city a huge amount of money in the future going forward. We simply cannot afford to keep on building for more and more and more private vehicles within the city and prevent the congestion that is going to come with that. And so this is the most affordable option going forward for our city. And so I would encourage those people also to really look at the bigger picture here, that it's not just the cost of a cycle lane that we're looking at, but it's the whole system that we're looking at. And if we're to go down another path, it's going to be incredibly expensive, eye-wateringly expensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pascoe?
Thank you, Chair. And look, I'll be taking a slightly different view to Councillor Sarah. I agree with her eye-watering price, and this particular project has got an eye-watering price tag. $34 million for 2.7 kilometres. That's about $12.5 million per kilometre. And look, there's no free money here. We talk about half of it coming from the government. But that just comes out of our other pocket. One pocket for rates and one pocket for tax. So don't think that there's a gain to be made here. What can we do with the money that we're going to spend on this? We could have a new swimming pool in the city. We could have up to 20 destination playgrounds. We could have 6 Puketaha roundabouts. And, you know, the far left might gulp at this, but we can rebuild or extensively renovate up to 5 community houses. Or we could build 26 affordable homes. I'm concerned not for what the long-term parts to this might be, but the fact that we have little evidence as to utilisation of this very, very expensive, these very expensive bike tracks. We have we have very little of that supported information in the business case. A track to the university, we forget that the university only operates for 9 months of the year and that more and more students are choosing to study online, so it doesn't even require them to go to the university. And what I'm seeing in this case, whether it's this route, well, particularly this route, but even the Boys High route, there will be significant disruption to business, to residents, and we've already seen that over the last 3 to 4 months, and I don't see changes happening in this regard, that we will fire ahead and do what is And it has to be done in a way that is technologically and engineering-wise safe and efficient. But that is often not delivering what is best for our residents. There are other options that we seem to be overlooking, and one is more park and rides to keep the congestion down in the city. Also bus lanes. It must be a lot cheaper than $12.6 million per kilometre to actually construct some bus lanes in the city and have buses moving around the city faster than cars. And that will be the most effective and efficient way to get motorists out of cars and using other forms of transport. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the two Zoomers, Councillor Van Alsten and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks, colleagues, for your great debate. Am I a bit frozen?
No, you're fine.
See me all right? Okay, cool. Thanks for your great debate. Look, I'm really excited about the opportunity that this project offers Hamilton City, but particularly for Hamilton East. It's a great way for us not to just connect the city and the university, but to connect up all of those really important points along the route of it. Hamilton East shops, while there may be some disruption on that corridor for a very small period, there's the real benefit of growing the economy in that area through the beautification and the redevelopment and reimagining of how we might be able to use that really, really wide street. And so while there might be some short-term disadvantages, the longer term is nothing but sunny. It's a great way also to be able to access both of the schools that sit on that route, the Marian School and the College, of course, of Sacred Heart. There's also the Clyde Street shops and other parks and recreation areas on the way that Hamilton East residents can then use as a really safe way to be able to move about in that area. Really active options, healthy options, and options that do reduce our collective carbon emissions. So certainly will be meeting more than just one of those really attractive targets that the government are asking us to be thinking about and looking at for the future. It's the kind of investment really that has the potential to tip the balance, because it gives not just this project, but also if the other Eastern Pathways project is successful with the funding, then it's an opportunity to really start to connect up cycling options. And that's the real tipping balance here, because it gives us a real new way of being able to get around our city that's safe, and that new generations coming into Hamilton and in our whānau can really take up and be active about. It's not just about being able to drive them to the next new facility that perhaps some of my colleagues might want to build instead of that money. It gives us options to be able to do that, and this is the very best way that I can see to set up Hamilton for a great future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. I acknowledge the amount of work and discussion and angst that's gone into these recommendations. And I will support these going to NZTA. I want Eastern Pathways to work. I don't think there's any doubt that this future does need a wider array of transport options rather than just cars. It's obvious when you see the line of traffic on River Road waiting to turn right over Fairford Bridge each morning, or what you see on Clyde Street, or all sorts of places. But it's how we do it that's crucial in terms of these plans. So I really am supporting this on the premise that I'll reconsider that if ultimately I don't think the detailed design is right. I'll pull the pin. I do have reservations about Cook Street. I'm concerned about the use of Grey Street. I'm concerned about potential loss of car parks, the clash with other modes, the number of intersections, and I also question how direct that route actually is. I think we've got a clear message from Wood Street in recent weeks that no matter how unimportant some people think car parks are, they're actually crucial and will remain crucial in business zones for many years to come. And we ignore that at our peril and at our stupidity. I actually see option B through Beale Street, Boys High, Wilson Street, and in fact that B2 through Studentville as well. That one I like the look of more personally, but I'm supporting these recommendations in the spirit that my expectation is that these cycle lanes need to be off-road wherever possible. We need to minimise the clash between the modes and safety and keep disruption to a minimum. And I'm relieved that on this occasion, unlike the Innovating Streets debacle, that elected members are getting oversight of the detailed design before it gets rolled out. Ultimately, if we can go through this process of detailed design and not disrupt and have too much clashing of modes and loss of parking, then I'll be supporting it. But there's a warning from me that we need to be doing everything we genuinely can to keep these as off-road as possible. And I'm not confident that we've made a great start. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Southgate.
Madam Chair, it's clear to me we do need a east-west or west-east connection. I also am a fan of separated lanes, but we need to do further work in those lanes to ensure that scooters and other forms of mobility can get into those cycle lanes as well and off the footpaths. I like the idea of Boys High Link. We did get an update from them, a fairly comprehensive update from them when they were talking about trading the opportunity to cycle through their school for some enhanced sports base. Do you know what I really like? I love Wairere Drive, which actually links Pukete right through to Ruakura off-road. It's fabulous. That's a huge stretch of the city, and I look forward to when Ruakura is linked to the university and through to Silverdale, which is actually very, very doable. Because to me, this is about joining the dots. At the moment, we've got like a dot-to-dot system of cycleways that aren't connected. So this is about connectivity. Government, actually, you're right, Sarah, government does need to support this, not just in funding though, but in the process more, in the co-design process and the communication with our communities. I think NZTA need to be more visible as well. They need to walk alongside us as we, this is a matter of behaviour change and expectations among the community. We do need some more money in the pot if we're to make significant difference to mode shift and taking on board what mode shift really means. It is about multimodal journeys. So that means you should be able to do a mixture of walking, cycling, scooting, busing, or whatever. Or park and ride with your vehicle. There should be a whole range of possibilities to get from A to B. And we're not there yet with our integrated approach. Obviously, we've learnt recently we need to pay attention to the final details because we know what happens when we don't. Having said that, we're governors, not planners, but it is about having that final oversight. I agree with Jeff on this one, we do need to consider parking for commuters, existing businesses, and where there is infill for visitors to those infill areas as well. So it's striking the balance correctly, because when I look at the Cook Street example, it looks very nice like that. There is a loss of parking, street-side parking, of course. There is a lot of infill. There is the school, there is the Cook, there is that burger place, which is really good, and Duck Island ice cream, and we've got to consider the impact on those and try to minimise the disruption as we go forward positively. But, yep, I'm going to support it at this time, and, yeah, hopefully it'll join in our part of our city to the rest of it.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. I just wonder if we, just a process question, if we get the motion up, because I think the staff recommendation we're supporting says option B, but doesn't specifically include option B2. There's some references to Wilson Street, but not to the other streets in B2. So I'm just wondering potentially if the mover and seconder are happy to include but both option Bs or something, just so there's no, yeah.
Dave?
I, to be honest, didn't think it necessary. It's probably, you've identified that it doesn't include all the streets in B2. But as far as it goes, it's exactly part of B2. It does, what it doesn't do is talk about what the end is. So I'm relaxed about that. I think it covers. B2 was the one that goes through what Jeff described as Studentville, after Wilson Street, and I think that's still doable within B.
Okay, if you're happy with it.
Because it doesn't specify either the staff proposed end, which was back down and around Clyde Street, or through Ford Street.
The staff report just mentions B, and yours is specifically B2. So I just thought it just takes away any room for confusion. It keeps everything on the table locked into that resolution. You know how these things get slippery.
Yeah, but I think with the 15 traffic engineers we've got round this table, we're going to be able to hold the staff accountable on looking at the route, aren't we?
Yep.
Having said that, I want to amend it.
You know,
I don't want to split hairs. I just think it just bakes in the option that you brought up in the first place.
well, how about if it said notes that that option B will be progressed without mentioning the streets?
But it already says that. It just doesn't
It says
mention
option
B2.
B and
Yeah,
D.
but if you take out the list of streets, then it begs the question as to what the exact route is at the end. Because Ryan, you want to design it in the motion.
Yeah,
I don't
no.
think that's possible.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to keep it open for you. That's what I'm trying to do. I just say both option Bs and leave it at that. In that way,
All option B.
Yeah.
All option B.
Do you want to change to all
If it
option
said notes that all option B outcomes.
I'm here
will
to
be
help.
progressed as a neighbourhood link?
He is trying to help.
Splitter.
Okay, does that make sense to governance?
Without the names of those streets.
Will be progressed as neighbourhood links or considered?
Considered.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
yeah. Okay. You happy-
Bs,
you
comma
happy for
Bs,
that?
plural Bs.
Option B routes.
Yeah.
Yep.
All option B routes, yeah.
Yep.
Notes that all option B routes will be considered
It's better. Still not
as
great.
neighbourhood links. Okay, is that
your
is
whole
that
contribution to the
No,
debate?
no, I've got more.
All right, do you want to continue?
Thank you, Chair, for your
Move an
indulgence.
extension of time.
Yeah, the clock stopped.
Yeah, look, quickly, yes, the devil will be in the detail. And our communications going forward, it needs to be important. I think we've got live examples of how not to do it at the moment, and so there's plenty of opportunity to get this right. Some may look at this as expensive. I think context is everything. I would probably look at it and say it's actually pretty cheap. International student accommodation is worth $280 million to our economy every year, and of that, probably about 100 million comes from the university when international students are restored. So I think this is a pretty inexpensive investment when you factor those things in, and it's not limited to students, having gone on that route recently. And I'm glad we've got option Bs in there. I've actually come up with a solution too. I went on Sarah's cycling tour and had a brainwave, and I realised that with retrofitting, if we, and this is a mission should you choose to accept it, Mr. Martin Parks, undergrounding the street lights would make a huge difference because it would open up those berms that we've got so much limitation around. We could have power poles and
Underground street.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, it's the Irish in me. Underground, yeah, what Sarah said. You could have permeable beams, you could have wider footpaths, and you can actually have great connectivity. So I don't know what Well Energy's program of works is. I know they got a bit nervous apparently with the Christchurch earthquakes, but given Hamilton's relatively tectonic stability, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could align that? Now that would be transformation. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Sounds like an Economic Development Committee project.
We've got so many projects already.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I'll be supporting the Dave McPherson, Councillor Ryan, Angela O'Leary motion. Look, I approach this in two parts. First is the philosophical macro debate about the cost of investing in multimodal transportation options versus using these funds for other initiatives. And I think the reality speaks for itself. I think we do have to embrace investing in multimodal transportation options as a foundation strategy moving forward. So that was a really easy one for me. In terms of the second part, which of the two options would I choose? Look, as an elected member, we all have passions about particular issues, and I felt very comfortable letting the cyclist enthusiasts do the deep dive and come up with what they feel is the best scenario. And may I point out that, in fact, this debate is fascinating because we're basically going to get both. It's one of these scenarios where you get to bake the cake and eat it too. So I'm a little surprised at the passion of the debate because you're getting both. Just an observation. Mm-hmm. My other observation is for those who argue that option B is more direct. My understanding of transportation, and I've had some experience in this field, is I don't think the debate is about a point-to-point. And the point-to-point strategy would, in fact, embrace the premise that the most direct is the most beneficial. But in fact, this cycleway is acting as an enabler and a connection for multiple smaller trips, rather than just this overwhelming calculation that it's from the CBD to the university. If that is it, I think we've missed a lot of the opportunity. It's a lot more broken down than that. So my feeling is option A is the one to go to our good friends at NZTA, and option B will be managed a different way, and I think we'll get both. And that is why I'm supporting the current motion.
Thank you. Mangai Hill.
Tēnā tātou, he paku whakaaro tautoko tēnei. I just want to acknowledge the debate. Kei konei au, hei kai tautoko, I support the points raised in regards to the contribution towards Te Taiao, and I reference here Pau Manawa Ora in regards to Te Taiao and achieving key aspirations associated there, and also reference to Te Tai Tumu Tai Pari Taiao, the environmental outcomes. This is a great opportunity to showcase leadership in regards to creating a new narrative for our people and our planet. It is said, hea te mea nui o te ao, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. What is the most important thing in the world is people. I think this promotes a new narrative, hea te mea nui o te ao, he tangata me te taiao, he taiao me ngā tangata. What is the most important thing in the world? It is people and our planet and our people. So kei konei au hei kai tautoko, so I'll support the resolution. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Before I go to Councillor McPherson for right to reply, I just have a few comments I want to make. I also took the Sarah's cycle tour, and bless her, she was so lovely. It was only my 8th time in my entire life that I'd been on a bike, and she was constantly checking and looking back, and I had a great time. I just loved it. So I want to thank her for that. We cycled both routes, and as a complete person who is really gets on a bike, they seemed fairly similar to me. The Beale Street route had some safety concerns that as a woman I certainly wouldn't ride on my own, and it had some really pretty parts as well, but both parts just seemed equal. We did, Knighton Road, we cycled Cook Street, and yeah, as I said, as a non-cyclist, all seemed fine to me, so I agree with Councillor Gallagher's experience. I also agree with Councillor Wilson in that the debate shouldn't be about, and isn't, I don't think, about the route and point to point. For me, it's about providing a safer choice for cyclists and for people to do that mode shift. We have a strategy, and Councillor McPherson quite rightly often says, it's a coffee table, but it's a coffee table book. We're the ones that make things a coffee table book if we ignore it. And Access Hamilton is our primary transport strategy that I've indicated in the Chair's report we're going to review. And in that we say 13% of all trips in Hamilton are to be made by bike in 2050. Now, we're elected governors of the city, and that's our strategy. So we would be ignoring it because as individuals or engineers, we know better. Also remember that in just 15 years' time, if the city continues to grow at the rate of growth that we are planning for, budgeting for and predicting, that we will run out of space to get cars into the CBD in just 15 years. So we have to do something. I listened to Councillor Pascoe, my good friend Councillor Pascoe, when he said yes, we're always going to be friends, what we could be doing instead. But I remind all elected members actually that we're here to represent the people. And you will recall, or you should recall, a survey that we did for biking and micro-mobility, that nearly 80% of the residents whom we represent supported wanting more infrastructure for biking. They're like me, they want to make that change, but it's not safe. Then just recently, and I emailed everyone, that was backed up and confirmed by NZTA's survey that reported that Hamilton and Tauranga have the strongest support for cycling, coupled with over half of New Zealanders who think and want investing in cycling infrastructure as being important. So, and also in that statistic, no shock to me, was the highest for that support in investing in infrastructure came from Hamilton. So I am perplexed a little bit when I hear from members around the table that this is not what we want and it comes at a cost. We represent the people of the city. They're saying we want this and we want you to invest in it. Thank you. Councillor McPherson, right of reply.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I omitted in my earlier discussion to congratulate the staff for their patience. Someone else did, and Martin and James and other staff involved in this have been exceedingly patient in working through an arrangement with us, and I think that's great practice for the actual installation. If they can do it with us, they're certainly going to be able to do it with the community later on. So that was good. And I would also like to join, even though I didn't go on the Grand Cycle Tour, and congratulations, Councillor Sarah, for one particular reason. 6 years ago, the then Deputy Mayor, now Councillor Gallagher, was heard to say that he cycled every day into work. Some of us questioned the veracity of that comment, but as far as I'm aware, Councillor Sarah is the first person who's actually got Councillor Gallagher on a bicycle. So that's been an excellent outcome of this debate as well. And another outcome... Another outcome of this debate, it's been excellent and has been remarked to me in 2 or 3 texts in the last few minutes, is Councillor Robb's primo support for bus lanes, and we're certainly going to take up that support later on in the life of this council, Rob, so thank you for that. That was great to hear. Mayor Paula made the comment, we're governors, not planners, and I sort of disagreed with her because I'm always mindful of General Manager Chris talking about now 175,000 traffic engineers we have living in Hamilton. But as Councillor Ryan spoke, I thought, by God, we need to be governors, not planners, because he was planning every single last detail of the route, and that was a bit over the top. But it was a good discussion, and as have most of these in this area. But perhaps slightly more seriously, tomorrow the Parliament is receiving the final report of the Climate Commission. Now that is going to say things even more dire than what Councillor Angela has just talked about. It's going to say, for instance, that we need to reduce our carbon emissions in the next 9 years by 20%. Now, in Hamilton's case, that will need to be an even greater reliance on mode change. 60% of our emissions in Hamilton are as a result of vehicle traffic. We're going to, the national average is around 50%. We're just under. We're worse than that in Hamilton, so we're going to have to do more. If we're going to do more, we're going to need solutions like the ones we're talking about here today. And it's absolutely vital that we don't just get people on Rob's bus lanes, we get them on Ryan's cycleways and Martin's cycles as well. So please continue to support this, get involved in the detail. You'll be as happy as what the proverbial in the sandpit doing that, I'm sure.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, we'll use the buttons for this one.
It's going to be close.
There we go.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Pascoe is dissenting.
Do you have to say that the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Van Osten are voted by electronic means?
Yep.
Great. Morning tea.
It's going to be an early morning tea, you promised.
It was, wasn't it? 5, 10, 15, well, 25 past, but we know it'll end up being half past. Thank you.
Don't say that.
It always does, doesn't it? from Hammond Street. So we'll move over to staff. Good morning. Thank you.
Okay, well, through the chair, we'll just take the report as read, and we'll just like, before we take questions, we'd just like to thank Ray and Wendy for taking the time to come and present. They've given us some insights that I understand elected members have taken into account. I understand there may be another motion that will be put forward by elected members,
Yep.
but until that's done, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, so so if we can have that motion up, that would be great. And just before while we're doing that, we could start questions, or we can wait to, we'll wait to see what the motion is. I'll get the mover just to explain the intent of the motion, and then that will help us with our questions and debate. Crikey, it's a long one. Okay. Yes, if you can, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so essentially it's to create an agreement with the private owners that settles the issue around the boundary and tidies that whole area up. It also then enables them to do the development of potentially 9 units with the proviso that 2 of them will remain or will be affordable housing as per council's previous attributes that we've assigned that to. Staff can speak to the detail. It doesn't encroach on the gully, but we've asked that also as a contribution enhance the existing gully network, and that the valuation of the purchased piece of land would be taken into consideration with the valuation of the whole land and then proportion back to council. So there's a bit of uplift for council for that sale as well. And that they'd meet all costs, the private owners would meet all costs of the road stopping procedure.
Okay, thank you. That was very, very clear. Is everyone clear on the motion's intent? Do we want to deal with any questions just of the mover of the motion before we move into the report? Councillor Gallagher?
Do you, obviously because there's technically selling some, public land, and obviously, in terms of being careful about precedent, and I recognise there's high density in that area anyway, I realise that now. Is there any sort of localised consultation that may or may not occur in terms of impact on other neighbours?
I'll get Chris to answer that, perhaps.
So elected members, looking at this particular case, the Public Works Act requires the agreement of adjoining landowners. There are no adjoining landowners in this case. The only adjoining landowner is the road. So there would be nobody else affected by this. Like we've had some previous ones here, as you know, Councillor Manning Street, where there were other affected parties. But in this case, I think it's straightforward. The only affected party is us as the road controlling authority.
And putting on the Maria Barry, the parks and access issue, can I get a better idea of whether there's some sort of foot access down, I know the maps, what is the ability to access that area of gully from Hammond Street?
If I can answer that, or try and answer it for you, Councillor Gallagher. From the property to Graham Park, it's a 5-minute walk where the archery range is located. And I do have a wider view of a map here if you prefer to look at it. And then Parks Terrace, which is going down towards Common Drive, is also backs onto the park.
I know this is a road issue, but obviously there's another, with what I call the Parks and Gardens team. I assume if this motion is passed, then there would be appropriate interaction with them in terms of any detail. The input have they had an input in this?
No, they haven't.
Yeah, because obviously, technically it's a road, and I acknowledge the work around the gully, but one would assume obviously we would touch base with Maria Barry's team just to ensure that their checklists were met.
Happy to do that.
Yeah. The other thing too is when we talk about the affordable, sold to the supported by a community housing provider at a price that is no more than 90%. So I get that's a process totally different from the open market for those two units. What is the rules around the purchaser, you know, not being in a situation where within the year they sell it and they get the immediate market uplift? How does that work?
I might get Amy to clarify that, but what I'll try and explain what I know is that we can put a notice on the title of the property so that future sales are limited to the 90% of the current market value at that time. I'll just get Amy to clarify that.
Yes, legally we could do that if we chose to. The intent behind the motion, as we've included it with that wording, is to follow precedent under the SHA Act. So for example, for Te Awa Lakes and for more recently for Quentin Drive or Jack's Landing, the process that was used for that was the 90% affordable sold to first home buyers. So that obviously first home buyers, you kind of owned property previously. But under that requirement, there isn't an ability to stop that from being, you know, them receiving that value uplift and then selling at a market rate. Can
you just re-clarify that for me?
So under the wording as it is currently, this is the methodology that was used under the Special Housing Areas Act, is that a first home buyer, it would be similar to Kiwi Build, the first home buyer would purchase the house at the below market median rate. There may be some criteria around how long they need to live there, and then they could then on sell that at a market rate.
Yeah, because that's the lotto aspect. I'm not wanting to frustrate if this is a positive development for all concerned, but my worry is, and we need to, this is just but an example, whether it's Jack's Landing, wherever, the whole issue of who uplifts, you know, because literally that's a lotto ticket.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if whether in terms of the discussion and negotiation to the mover, whether that aspect can be further refined a little bit. I'm wanting to get a general rule. I'm not wanting to pick on this one, but it seems a bit perverse.
Something. I know Chris mentioned that we could do something as like a PDA in terms of the finer details. Is that right? To protect that or clause it in?
Yeah, my comment is you've got the sale and purchase agreement to come, so you could incorporate.
So that comes back at the council meeting in August. Is that right? So there'd be opportunity to check everyone's happy with that at that point. Chris?
That would be my view. That gives you an opportunity to negotiate that with the proposed purchaser as well.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, I'd be happy as the seconder of the mover if we just add that as a minute note to reflect that on the sales and purchase agreement. The alternative would be to actually specify it in the motion, but that could be quite complex.
Are you saying that the intent is to continuously keep it as affordable and not have the lotto uplift like Councillor Gallagher's alluding to? And that could be written in somehow to an agreement?
Correct. There'd be finer debate whether or not that's in perpetuity or whether there is a time frame. The reality is it would not negate the new buyer, the vendor, enjoying some market uplift, but it would always be for the period specified to the 90% of the current market.
Yeah.
Right?
Of course.
But and the reason we're suggesting make this a note and be subject to a discussion in the sales and purchase is that there could be a significant debate about whether it should be in perpetuity or for a set time, and I don't know if we want to have that here.
No.
No.
Okay, so you want to retain the motion as is and make that as a minute note?
Are you happy with that, Councillor Martin?
I mean, as I understand it, this motion is going off, once all this is done, it's going to full council or economic,
Yep.
full council?
Yes.
So this is just but the first reading
Yes.
of, you know, and albeit,
So we can flesh out that detail.
I appreciate. is it-
And possibly, sorry, Amy could bring back what we've done previously in terms of those sale and purchase agreements, and we could look at.
Correct,
the-
we can go
the-
through all of that in more detail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, normally, obviously, if it was someone's land outright, they'd get on within our district plan, but the reality, this development has been given effect, and any economic uplift is given effect because we're agreeing to sell a bit of the road reserve ultimately. So I want to come back to the diagram from Edwards and White's apartments, which look quite good. To what degree is the purchaser obligated? I mean, this is a package. Is that what we're saying? So what I'm seeing in front of us is what will present itself on Hammond Street. I'm not doubting the integrity of the potential purchaser of this land, but I'm obviously wanting to work out the agreement we would work through.
I'm going to look to staff for that, just in terms of process.
Chris, is that you? Or, no?
Yeah, look, in my view, the sale and purchase agreement is ahead of us and it needs.
To Councillor Martin's point, could we put in that, at that point, the design element, which I think Martin's referring to, so that we're not being sold a lemon.
I guess the practical solution again is yet another minute note reflecting in the sales and purchase agreement that there would be a design aspect incorporated in that to build a clear expectation. Because what Councillor Gallagher is raising is a valid point, but this is not the committee to do a significant deep dive and obligation of a design, and nor does this initial drawing from the potential purchaser it's just an initial drawing. I think what Councillor Gallagher wants is slightly more in depth, and the place to get that is part of sales and purchase agreement.
Understood.
And to give that validity, Councillor Gallagher, we just add another note.
Yep.
Do you have a third, since you're on a roll?
Obviously, okay, I've ticked off what I call look, obviously this is now a high density area. What used to be a character suburb, but that's for various reasons not there as such.
Point of order. That's misleading to the chamber. It has been zoned high density for an excess of 20 years. It has been zoned high density for more than 20 years. So it's a little unfair.
Okay, yep.
And
he's factually inaccurate.
Okay.
I want to admire the councillor for trying to win my support. It's a wonderful approach to win your colleagues' support. And it was an innocent question. I've always naively associated that part of town with lovely, nice. It is changed. I'm noting as changes, and Ewan thank you as he wants to win my support all the time. I thank you for reminding me of that. What I'm wanting is the question I'm saying is whenever you're dealing with a potential sale of what is public land, I just want to make sure that there's appropriate interaction with an immediate neighbourhood. That's probably going to be met with design stuff. So that would. Can I just also assume that Chris Allen, you and Maria Barry's team will be joined at the hip just to make sure that there's a checklist around the environmental and open space aspects. I'm not wanting to frustrate things, but I want to uphold principle.
And make sure you consult Councillor Gallagher.
No.
Yep,
Take him for a visit.
On this one, I'm standing in for Evelisa, but we've noted the point, and we will make sure that happens, Councillor, with Maria and the Parks team.
And I do thank Councillor Wilson for his very helpful advice just now to me. Very supportive. Thank you. Been there.
So I have a question. Question from the chair. What the slides that we saw today were a slightly different option than what was in the report. Is that correct? That was first presented?
Correct.
Yeah. So given that we have a different option, new information, would you change your recommendation in the report based on what the owners have presented this morning? I'm not meaning to put you on the spot. It's an absolute genuine question because I've seen that that they're compromising on where the blue lines are going.
Well, I suppose I spoke to staff before they were on leave for this report.
Yeah.
And the option that was put up there by staff is the position that we would take prior to coming to council just for further consideration. And that was primarily based on, I know we talk about future infrastructure demand, and they are just future. There is no specific plans at this time for land for use of land in the space, and also making note of the nature in the city's strategy. You know, and our goal to have like 10% native vegetation covering the city. So based on that, we've the recommendation, staff recommendation would remain unchanged. But given the information that they've given us,
you'd need
working with elected members, we were prepared to say, yep, in this instance, it certainly wouldn't be our position going forward for future requests like this. Like that, that would be our standard response or recommendation going forward.
Yeah, I'm not looking for a standard response, though. I'm looking for one. But I think what I'm hearing is you really haven't had the time. Had staff seen prior to the report being released, and then had you seen what the owners were proposing in between that time? Or,
no.
I know you're not the right. I know you're filling in.
I hadn't.
You haven't. Okay. All right. And have I guess maybe to the mover and seconder, have you spoken to the owners about? Yep. Okay.
So, Madam Chair, I feel obligated to say two things. I did raise this matter with the Chief Executive's office, who in turn did speak to a number of people within council.
Sorry, what matter? The changes?
Of the suggested.
Okay.
One of them. And so staff did go through a process and came back via the CEO's secretary saying that they still wouldn't support the proposal and that they would be moving forward. And to answer your second question, obviously the potential purchaser is aware of what's up on the board.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Thank you for clarifying. All right, Councillor Thompson.
And just in regard to the motion here, it says approves the road stopping process for 177 square metres of road, which is within option 1 area. But my understanding is that option 1 area is 252 square metres. So is that correct in that?
Yes, what we're trying to explain there is that the option in the motion, the 177 square metres is within the envelope of option 1. So option 1 was 252 square metres. That's that blue triangular wedge that you see in the report. Probably page 97 of Diligent shows that most clearly. And what we're saying is with this particular option that the 177 metres would be within that blue triangle there.
So the blue triangle is 177 square metres?
The blue triangle in the report is 252. That's option 1.
Okay, but then the amount, the 177 is then smaller again compared to that blue triangle. Okay. Another question is just in terms of using this as a transport corridor, you would then have to clear all that vegetation and drive it right through the gully if you were to do anything there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's right. The topography there is not great in terms of, and thus the vegetation itself. So that's what I mean. Like, we don't have any specific plans that I can point to and say, hey, this is what we would be doing in this space going forward. That could change as we get clarity on the Metro Spatial Plan or the Mass Transit Plan. However, you know, given the location of this, the topography, you know, it's
and then that would also go against the nature of the city strategy.
Right.
Okay. I think that's my questions at this point. Just one other one was do you know how much vegetation clearance there would be for the 177 square metre option?
No, not off the top of my head, no, I don't, sorry.
Okay.
My understanding it's the top of the bank, not going down into the side of the bank.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, thanks. Just following on from Councillor Sarah's question about nature in the city, is this piece of vegetation registered as part of the 2% that has already been indicated to council in terms of our current compliance with the nature in the city requirements?
Sorry.
Well, we've been told by staff that while our aim is 10%, we currently comply with 2% of the city having the required nature in the city
Significant.
tick or significance, yeah.
Ecological
So is
area.
this piece of land part of that 2%? Meaning if it is destroyed, I'll use the word destroyed, but that we actually fall below the 2%?
What I can say is that the area is doesn't have any vegetation on it. It's straight lawn. There's a little bit at the bottom of the proposed area which will be vegetation, but
That's the part that will get restored though, isn't it? The part in the gully where the vegetation is. My recollection of looking at Mr. Pickett's photos this morning was that there's that piece of lawn and there's also the gully, which is native vegetation at the moment, which I connected with being part of that 2% that complies.
Councillor Pascoe, we'll just ask Tanya to see if we can get someone from Parks down here to be able to fully answer that. So do you want to park that particular question?
Okay, that question. And my last question is really around, we have previously, or I have in a previous council meeting, gone through what encroachment means and the complexities around encroachment. Are you, staff happy, and this may follow on from Councillor O'Leary's, Chair O'Leary's question, are you happy, given the absence of some staff today, that we continue with this discussion, or whether we should bring this discussion back when we have the appropriate staff who may be able to connect us with what the pros and cons are of the change which is currently being suggested in the motion of a sale as opposed to encroachment rights?
I suppose I'm not too sure what the pros and cons you're referring to. If it's to do with...
Well, there must be a downside if we sell the land rather than provide Mr. and Mrs. Pickett with some encroachment rights.
Well,
and I'm not sure whether we've actually canvassed that today, and I just feel as if we don't have the staff who recommended option 3 before us today to give us what the options we may lose as a result of accepting the motion.
Look, I did speak to the staff prior to them being away this week. The 2 primary areas they talked about was loss of future use of that for infrastructure purposes.
Right.
Given that when I spoke to them about, do we have any specific plans? We don't have for that area, but they said that may change once the outcomes for the Metro Spatial Plan or Mass Transit were 2 examples they gave. I've looked at this piece of land. It's unlikely going forward that there would be any future infrastructure needs for that small piece that we're talking about.
Okay.
The other aspect that I considered was the nature in the city, and
and we've had a promise today that would be mitigated.
Yes, and then
any loss of vegetation would be mitigated by the
correct.
By the
the only question I can't answer from you, Councillor Rob, today is just around: is it within that 2%? So I'm just
no, that's okay.
But if we could answer that, I'm comfortable there.
Yeah, that's not a die in the ditch, but we have been talking about what is the 2%, You know, we've had
Yeah.
that figure thrown at us, and we need to be at 10, but we don't know what is and what isn't in
So
the 2%.
we'll try and get someone down here. I think if members need an option available to us, because this committee's only charged with the road stopping. There's a full report to go to the August committee anyway, which picks up some of the concerns that Councillor Gallagher has raised. We could also, if we felt like we weren't moving forward, defer this report to council for the substantive discussion, and council could also do the road stopping as well if we felt like we weren't, didn't have enough information for us.
Okay, and if I can
Just keep that in mind.
If I can just reflect back on the last encroachment issue that we had, which I think was in that general area, was because there were other potential property, adjoining property users who might want access to that land, not ownership, but access. Is that what was referred to in, there was a connection there of the 2019 meeting, that resolution, or?
I'm not.
God, that was a different, that involved some steers, didn't it?
It did involve some steers.
That's all I remember
where there
from
were multi.
2 years ago.
Was it 2 years? Yeah, well, that is 2 years ago, yeah.
Councillor, if I quickly remind you, I think that was at the end of Manning Street.
That's
right. And there was a historical pathway down through the property. So it was never a public pathway, it was through private property. So
and there were multi-owners, weren't there?
Yeah.
There were multi-property
there were-
owners who could access it.
Yeah, the community were not on side with the developer, basically.
That's right.
And that resulted in a management policy that said to bring all matters like this to council rather than staff make decisions. In that case, I think staff had made some, not decisions, but some assurances that took us a long way down the path. So the result of that was to be very careful on encroachments and bring them back to council like we are today for decisions on encroachments or purchase of public land.
Maria Barry's on her way.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
All right, Mangai Hill, and then we'll go to Councillor Van Austin.
Hey Chris, this might be a good one for you. Is this subject to RFR?
I think Trevor is probably the best one to ask that. There would be a check that we would do, but I would doubt it. I'm not sure it's Crown land being a local road.
It is Whetton and Councillors Road, therefore no is my answer.
Okay. In my experience, I've dealt with NZJ in the past, and roads have come across a lot of sort of knotted interpretation around RFR. There's one thing that can stop anything being built, and that's the critically endangered peka peka, and corridors, gullies, papakainga, or beautiful habitat for those specific taonga. Has there been any specific ecological and heritage assessments of that gully?
I think Maria Barry is the one to answer that, and she'll be here forthwith.
Okay, I'll wait
I'm
for her then.
I'm sure she's running. Yeah. So can we hold that one? Let's. I'll come back to you, Mangai Norm. Councillor Van Austin.
Thank you. And I just refer to the presenters, the submitters rather, presentation on page 236. I'm having trouble getting to it now. 235, I think you can see a proposed picture of the design, and that it shows those 3 stories. And by not allowing them the extra land, my understanding is that they're not able to fill the space in the way that they're proposing. It's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And that the encroachment order wouldn't meet that threshold.
Correct.
Okay, and so by allowing them to have this piece of land, I see the quality of the vegetation currently looks like is it wandering dew or some other kind of motorway weed, and that they're proposing to take some of that space, but to remediate the rest of the area with quality vegetation?
Yes, I don't have the motion in front of me, but I'm pretty sure it says in there approval of a plan approved by council. Is that right, Amy? So it says in the motion?
And that by doing that, they'd be working with Maria Barry and the team to identify different plantings that would be suitable for that type of typology.
Yeah, that would be our expectation, that they would deal with our staff experts.
Right. So thank you for that. My other only other concern is that immediately next door to that is the school swimming pool. And I wonder how overlooked the pool might be by a 3-storey development. Do we have any concept of what that might be? And also, any idea from the school about what their attitude might be to that issue?
In regards to the schools, I'm not aware of any, whether they've been approached or not, and that could be done under the Public Works Act consultation process.
Okay, and then that could be captured up for that 12th of August meeting. Is that possible?
Yeah, that would be the right time to raise that concern, Maxine.
Well, I would consider that to be a fairly significant issue, and that I wonder whether there's the opportunity to be able to note that some kind of response from the school would be preferable for council to make a final decision.
So the 12th, and so that would happen at the 12th of August, along with those further questions around design and the 90% for affordable housing and all of those more detailed issues, because that will be a full report. This is not a recommendation from this committee.
No.
Yeah.
Okay,
All we're charged.
Chair, and I'd be happy if the school could be approached for their opinion.
Okay, thank you. All right, we've got Maria Barry in the room too, so I'll go to Councillor Gallagher and then back to Mangai Norm for his question for you, Maria. Thank you for rushing down. Councillor Gallagher.
It's good Maria's here, obviously, because I was and I do not have the question, irrespective of who's the owner and what the plans were, within the current freehold, within the current property boundaries, what, in terms of our planners, would be allowed?
Sorry, can you just repeat that question?
Well, within the current boundaries, yes. That the existing owners of the property own, obviously outright, what would be allowed, in terms of our district plan and the high density neighbourhood, which Ewan's reminded me of, obviously 20 years, what could be done by any owner of that property now?
I honestly don't know, to be honest. It's outside my area of expertise, to be honest, Councillor Martin, or Deputy Mayor, sorry, Deputy Chair.
Again, I think that information would have to come in the August meeting with the design.
The only reason I have the intent of that question is to tease out, if you like, the Wilson motion, which may obviously involve what I call public good, versus an outcome that may not necessarily be, might be just the same old. That's all. But that would be if we could have clarification. So I'm just trying to tease out.
Yeah, we can't get that
what
today,
effect, what benefit, obviously, because potentially there is benefit of the proposal.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, back to you, Mangai Hill, for Maria. And then Rob.
Jen Baird that said, they quoted, what do bats eat? And her answer was housing yield.
Bat food.
But I think Bunty would laugh if he was here. But it is important around gullies and waterways, the heritage and Indigenous values of that. So is there habitat for Indigenous taonga there? And has there been a heritage assessment of that particular area?
So, as to my knowledge, the answer would be no to the assessment, and that would be required prior to any consent. So, based on me just arriving here, my understanding is that the encroachment licence would basically enable the developer to go ahead with their plans. They would still need to meet all the regulatory conditions before their plans got approved. In terms of, you referenced the area as a gully, there's no watercourse through that area. It's actually just a steep bank on the side of Cobham Drive. So in terms of ecological link through to the watercourse that's further south in Graham Park, there isn't a direct link there.
But Indigenous vegetation exists?
Not a lot of high value from my recollection. There's a lot of sort of scrubby, shrubby type vegetation in there. There probably is some natives, but without having a detailed assessment.
Okay. Yep. Kia ora.
Thank you. All right, that's all the questions. Being a slightly complicated item in that we're really only charged with the road stopping, but obviously members need the full picture to be able to understand whether they want to go forward or not. But however, democratic processes, we have a motion on the board and we have a mover and a seconder. So you're putting that up for getting in line. Oh, questions? Oh, okay, Councillor Wilson. I thought we'd finished with questions.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry.
That's quite all right. Oh, debate. Okay. So I'll go to the mover of the motion and then I'll go to the seconder, if you like. Thank you.
Look, I'll speak briefly. I think we've tried to get this around as many elected members as possible to ensure there's some level of comfort around the process. And obviously there's some good comments mentioned that will come back to council with regard to noting those aspects of design and neighbours, etc. So there's plenty of time to look at that and make sure we sign off on something that everyone has a good level of comfort. But firstly, this is pretty straightforward in that we've got to tidy up the boundary issue. That's a no-brainer, irrespective of what does or doesn't happen on that site. So we tick that box. In terms of future-proof, we've heard from staff it's very unlikely to be an impact in the future. It's something like 11 stories above the roading corridor and 22 metres back from the road. And there's already houses that are closer to the roading network than this house, so I don't think that's an issue. In terms of protecting the gully, yes, we're going to do that, and the resolution here actually says they enhance the existing, make a contribution towards enhancing the existing thing. So not only are we mitigating, but we're going to actually enhance, which I think is actually pretty cool in terms of how we might do things going forward, BTW. The housing affordability issue is in there. There's some detail to come around that, but that's two other housing that will affect our market. And of course it helps our inner city, it speaks to our inner city housing and density. So it ticks a lot of boxes for me, so I appreciate your support, just moving this to the next phase. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I think this is the current motion is a logical and succinct mechanism of moving things forward. I remind everybody that in fact in some ways it's been unfortunate we didn't have the breadth of staff available, and it's not their fault because they possibly didn't understand that there would be this debate, albeit that we had signalled to staff via the Chief Executive's office the fact that something was coming along. But let me say this land currently of 868 square metres is zoned in the current district plan as high density. So without any further consultation other than a building permit, pretty much they could do 5 apartments. The proposal here is to say if we take a little bit of your council land, we could go up to 9. We'll make 2 of them affordable. We'll commit to funding the gully, restoration and some of the other vegetative areas. And we're interested in ensuring the ratepayers get some value uplift by potentially committing to a process whereby we value the whole rather than just the tiny piece of land that they require. So from my point of view, it ticks all of our boxes. It's environmentally friendly and appropriate. It ticks the box of affordable housing and our aspirations towards that. It's a quality application. And may I also add, the fourth limb is that the ratepayers enjoy some of the value uplift. Conversely, if this council feels that this is something we don't want to be involved in, then the development would probably still go ahead, because under our current district plan, it's zoned high density and you'll get 5 apartments. So I would really encourage us to think that process through. My final comment is every staff response I've had on this matter has been that they would prefer us not to sell the land so that we protect future use, and when they articulate what that future use is, it's cycle paths, and at one stage, I think in one email I had from staff, a potential monorail of something along Cobbin Road. My point is, look at the topography, look at the close neighbours, walk down there and have a look, and you understand what this area is. So I would seriously encourage you to give this some thought and take it to the next step, and when staff would be available from our planning department and others to answer any of those questions that you have raised today.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, I think initially when I saw this as it was written, I was a sceptic of what has now become the proposal from Councillor Wilson and Councillor Hamilton, in that one has to be extremely careful when you are dispensing with any aspect of public land. I do yet again appeal to the council, please, out of our silos. I have to say that, you know, just as a constructive observation, if it's to do with gullies or green space, Maria Barry's team must be in the heart of this process as well, and the situation where we have to bring something rushing down. It's the holistic view. I can't stress that enough, because that enables us to make better decisions. However, as this proposal has been presented, I'm getting a nuance that we should not willy-nilly go off and sell public land, and there was an issue in the Hillsborough Terrace the other year where neighbours, in that case, this is a different situation slightly, but there was a principle of a sale of public land giving effect to a development. The neighbours in that case weren't told until the last minute, from what I could see. In this case, that's not it's not an exact parallel, but in this case, by agreeing to take this to the next step, I think, says I cautiously, there is some potential public and even design benefit by the Ryan Hamilton proposal. Obviously, the potential purchaser of this land and developers are doing this with their eyes open, because clearly this is not just a negotiation with another private party. This is a council that genuinely has to protect the public realm, if you like, public space, green space, and to ensure that nothing we do sets undue precedent for some other bad decision-making process. But seems to me there's quite a few boxes to be ticked as we go along. And what I do get is, my understanding is, Councillor Wilson, is the existing bit of land can be sold for or redeveloped. But with this additional, and with all the conditions that are around this motion, I think we may get a better outcome for all concerned. I certainly like the focus on the gully. I certainly like the affordable, via the community housing provider. I like that dynamic. I want to be crystal clear, Madam Chair, that in letting this go to full council, I retain an open mind to ensure that public benefit is still there at the end before a final tick-off. If the public benefit is not there with respect to the current potential developers, I'll make no apology that the public realm must be protected, but hopefully I think this motion actually may give us a net gain, I think.
Thank you, councillor. Right, councillor Hamilton, did you want to exercise your right of reply? No? Okay, right. Okay, let's do that on the board. Use the buttons, please. Great.
Deputy Mayor Taylor are voting via audiovisual link.
Excellent, thank you. Look, I'm fading fast and need to take some more night and day tablets. And so we're going to stop for lunch now. Filming. So she suggested that happen at 1 o'clock. Obviously, I want you to be able to go and take a break and get some food. So if we come back, the filming's not going to be that long, is it? I won't participate. Nobody wants to stand next to someone singing with a cold. So we'll come back at 20 past 1. So we'll have an hour, and that gives you plenty of time to eat, and then 20 minutes for the 20 past 1 for the movie. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton, who's had to leave. And remotely we have... Councillor Angela, Councillor Maxine. Yeah, and Councillor Angela's from home because she's had been feeling a little bit under the weather, so decided that. Right, so I now introduce for item 9, Jason Harrison and John Kinghorn. Would you like to introduce item 9 with regard to the contract at-in-site sensor extension of approved contract sum and contract period?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this report is coming to this committee as it's outside the delegation of staff in the CE, and it's for the increase in the extension of a contract period and approved contract sum for this contract 17416 at-in-site sensors. I'd just like to let the committee know that you are in luck. You've got a staff member here who knows what he's talking about. That's not me. But we'll take the report as read and take any questions.
And this is obviously approved contracts and subject to final adoption at the 24th full council. Questions? Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the report. Reading the report, I think I've interpreted it correctly in regards to the original contract at 210,000 for a period of 4 years. Quick mathematics tell us that's about 52,000 a year, and I think we've used it up in 3 years. So my question is this. If you now look at the additional years that you're asking for, that's a significant increase in the per year contract rate that was originally quoted. I note on page 102, first year of the new contract would go to 90,000, then 93,000 and 96,000 respectively. I understand you've added a few more data points, but I'm struggling to understand how basically the annual rate of the contract has doubled.
The current rate of expenditure is around 88,000 per year. That's based on the 160 sensors that we've got. We increased the number of sensors over the first year and a half, which has built up to that current rate of 88,000. And then the first 3 years of the next LTP are based on a 3% increase to that. The extra allowance, as you can see, of 115,000, that's an allowance for others. You understand what that one is for?
Okay, thank you. I guess my question is, in the original contract, how many sensors had been planned for?
About 110 initially was our initial gut feel of the number of sensors. And we very quickly realised how important that data was and expanded the network.
Thank you. And in light of that, why didn't you come back earlier when you had that change, prior to just simply using up all of the quantum in the pot and then at the end saying, oh, we're 1 year short and we need another extension?
It's a good question. We had a conversation with the supplier and acknowledged that we would be using up the contract sum before the end of the 4-year term, and we wanted to make sure that the supplier wasn't going to lose money if we ended the contract at this point by using up the contract sum early, because supplier contracts like this are usually based on the supplier ensuring that they get sufficient return over the duration of the contract. So if we are reducing the term, which we've effectively done by deploying more sensors, is that still acceptable from the supplier's point of view? They confirmed in writing that that was acceptable, and therefore if the contract terminates now, today, then they are still okay. That's still acceptable from the supplier's point of view. So that was a risk that we were aware of. We checked with the supplier, and I acknowledge that that is still a possibility.
Okay. I've got two more questions if I can. It's clear that you checked with the supplier. I'm a little surprised why you wouldn't have come back to the governance group that approved the expenditure at the time to check with us.
It wasn't initially to this committee. It was originally a GM delegated contract, and the total number of sensors that we would need to deploy was largely unknown. This is new technology. We were the first city in New Zealand to be getting this technology. We spoke to our Australian counterparts about the number of sensors we might need, and we allocated that 110 based on what we thought would be reasonable. And then once we started rolling out, we realised we needed more. So we didn't really see the number of sensors as being critical. It was more about ensuring that we had the cost value and the duration of the contract sufficient that we would gain value from the data.
Right, thank you. Last question. Is it a function of the number of sensors and the collection of the data that's driving the new price as opposed to any escalation in price? And the second limb to the question, obviously these data are providing you significant insight, and are those insights improving our efficiency and traffic flow, and is there an environmental and economic benefit as a result of that activity?
To answer the first question, the supplier has not changed their rate, and they are willing to stick by that rate with this extension. So it is simply the number of sensors rather than any increase in cost. And in regard to the second question, it's a simple yes. We have been able to do a huge amount with that information, both from a planning point of view and also from a real-time operations point of view.
Thank you.
Some of the benefits extend to, as you suggested, even travel time and vehicle operating and environmental and all those as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Pascoe and then Councillor McPherson. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. Just following on from Councillor Ewan's question, I assume if we can collect vehicle movements, can the same be extended to cyclists and pedestrians?
Yeah, it's a great question. Our goal is to be able to understand true mode share and what all of our network users are, how they are travelling about the city, and our goal is to do that by the end of this year. And this technology covers the big lumps of steel, the cars moving around our network, and we are in the process of, even this month, deploying a large number of pedestrian and cycle and micromobility sensors around the network so that we have a really good capture rate of all the users on our network.
And will we get those reports back through either this group or through?
There is a mode share report which is planning to start from around August, I believe. Sorry, there's a mode share report planning to come to this committee starting around August, I believe, from Evalisa, and that will contain all the results from the different data sets that we're collecting.
And that'll be updated regularly, will it?
Correct,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
And these sensors actually are due to be replaced. It's a lease contract, and the supplier is planning to replace these sensors later this calendar year, and the new sensors also will do bikes and walking as well.
Okay, that probably answers my second question. And I wrote down here, I assume we purchase the hardware separately and this company that we're contracting to simply uses that information. If we don't purchase them, we lease them. Is that the council leasing, or is that part of this contract price?
Everything is included in this contract price. That includes supply, install, maintain, monitor, data collection. Everything is included.
Okay.
So we simply pay a quarterly fee based on the number of sensors that we ask for.
Okay, so collecting the data is one thing, but is it live on stream in the sense that
Yes.
if there is a backup of cars at the Fairfield Bridge, we're able to flick the lights on the other side of the bridge to slow the... They see you in the queue. No, I know that. That's why I don't ride the smart car anymore. But so it is live for certain areas at certain times when we have some control over the traffic movements.
Yes, we cover collector roads and above, meaning only local roads are not actively monitored.
Yep.
And staff particularly in the peak periods, are actively monitoring that, and the data comes through to a system that has some good smarts in it and will actually alert those operators when anything is unusual, and they can proactively, for example, it alerts us when a bus is stuck in congestion, and we will proactively look at that as well as any other significant congestion that comes up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, Rob's covered some of my points, which are good questions. The report that comes to us, will that just be data, or will it have sort of interpretation in the sense that having this data means we know this about traffic movements, that about traffic movements, that sort of thing, so that we can inform decisions on future cycleways, future roading extensions, intersections that need upgrading, that sort of stuff?
We haven't drafted what that report is going to look like at this point, but the intention is similar to the quarterly One Network transport report card that goes out, which you've seen. And it has little infographics and stats and monitors key trends and also KPIs that we look at. So my expectation is that it would be a report which is similar to that. And then we're also planning to make available live dashboards that can be accessed at any point to look at, for example, what yesterday was like. So that's the intention.
Okay, so that was sort of my next question. Will that be at some stage publicly available on the web?
We have already made some of this data available through the Open Data Portal, the Waikato LAS Open Data Portal, and we are continuing to add more and more data sets. The intention is for everything to be publicly accessible. The data is being bought with ratepayer money, and our view is to make that available to the public as well.
Great, thanks. What about pedestrian counts? Because that's been quite hard. Are they going to be covered?
This particular data set with the new devices going out later this year will be able to do some pedestrian movements. We are also putting specific targeted pedestrian counters around the network. The plan is to put around 40 to 50 of those out within the next few months, in addition to the ones that we've currently got in the CBD. So together we should be able to get a pretty good picture of the entire city.
Thanks. I was looking at your map with the blue dots on, and I'm thinking of a problem we have off and on all the time I've been on council, heavy traffic using inappropriate roads, Rifle Range Road being one example. Will this be able to discern a big 16-wheeler cattle truck going down Rifle Range Road and say, get them photographed by the sensors at the end or something like that? How useful in that sort of sense is monitoring and even policing the correct routes? HT traffic, for instance, has got required routes and required stay-off routes.
We have actually put freight down toward the end of our priorities around data collection. Micromobility and cycling has been the biggest gap for us in Hamilton, so that's been number one. Obviously getting good understanding of general traffic, which is what this data set is for. This includes heavy vehicles, but it doesn't show us which ones are heavy vehicles. So it's all general traffic on the network. We have formed a relationship with some other data suppliers around freight, and we are starting to get some good insights around where they are going. We are working with them as to making that data source live, because that isn't, but it's likely to be the last data source that we get live because it is quite difficult.
But it can be hooked into the system, once you get the software and so forth set up.
Yeah, we're planning for all of the data sets from all the different modes to come back to a central repository, at which point we can develop insights and things from it. And I guess I'm saying that freight may not be a component of the initial mode share report, but it's likely to be added shortly after that, maybe in the next couple of quarters.
Yeah, that sounds good, because we have had an issue in the past when we're debating whether to give licences for HT vehicles within the Hamilton city boundary about whether they'd be munting our roads, to use a technical term. Yeah. The other last thing relating to your blue dots map that I noticed, there seemed to be a bit sparse in some of the growth areas, and Rotokauri industrial area was one, and we've got the transport hub there. Do you have sort of mobile ones that can be, or are they transportable, they can be shifted to more important sites relatively easily. If you wanted to, for instance, measure the number of cars passing or going into the entrance of the car parking base thing at the transport hub there.
Yeah, the answer is yes. In fact, all of them are small and solar powered and Wi-Fi. They can be strapped to any nearby pole within 10 minutes. So they can be easily deployed. We are planning to, within the 3% growth, deploy more, particularly around Peacock and Rotokauri, and also around any of the transport hubs that start appearing. So yes, we are planning to deploy, and as soon as the infrastructure is there, as soon as the roads are there, cover those off as well.
So if we got a complaint about big increase in use of a rat run to avoid a major route, you could deploy a couple of them at each end of the supposed rat run and check it out.
Yeah, and in fact you can see where we've done that a couple of times on this map, for example down Howell Ave.
Yeah.
We've put a couple down there just specifically to monitor that. And it's just visible, but we've also got sensors in Hamilton Gardens because you can use them to identify where traffic has come from to get to certain destinations. So putting them at the zoo and the gardens, and that actually give us some really good insights as to where people have come from to travel to those locations. Great. And they could be put there just temporarily for a few months. The cost is very low.
Great, thanks. I'm going to move the motion when we get to that point.
Sure. I don't think... Oh, yes, we do have a question. Are there any... I can't see any cold blue hands from our remote members, so assuming there's no questions there. Councillor Thompson.
So the question was around the speed of, say, vehicles or bikes and scooters, etc. What do we use to collect data on that? Do these sensors tell us that at all, or...?
Speed is tricky.
Yeah.
These sensors tell us the speed between the point to point.
Yeah.
So if we've got sensors at each end of, for example, Rostrevor Street, we can tell the average speed down the street. But when there's a queue forming at one end, it does include the delay in the queue. So it's not a true representation of speed at a point. We've got another system which we can develop. We can obtain speed data out for shorter periods of the network, and then a secondary measure is to put a speed measuring device down on the street, which doesn't show the drivers their speed. So you are capturing true speed of vehicles going past. But in terms of a city-wide system of speed, no, we don't currently have that, but we can do individual assessments where we need to.
Okay, thank you. Just a related question, not, I guess, so much in relation to this, but just around speed. Have we heard back around having speed cameras and red light cameras? It seems to be a long time coming with Waka Kotahi taking
I'll take it as an associated related question, yes.
I spoke with Waka Kotahi a few months back, and they were working through the process of taking ownership of that process off the New Zealand Police, and it's still in process. And yeah, we're looking to supply them with some data to support that decision making.
Okay, thank you.
We'll take you, unless there are any other questions, we'll take yours as the final question, then we'll move to you as the move of the motion anyway.
It was actually a question supplied to me by one of the Zoomers who must have been too chicken to ask, but it was, why is there a blue dot in the middle of Lake Rotorua? We have a problem with the sailboats there.
Any time we have a demo unit, we show it in the middle of the lake because then we know it's not confused with any other sensor. So that's a demo unit that's testing the new hardware.
Thank you.
Well, they must have been from the Deputy Mayor, surely.
I cannot possibly comment.
There's a lot of pointing and on the screens there's sort of people denying. But sorry, that's my humour. Councillor McPherson is the mover of the motion.
Look, I absolutely support this whole program. It is costing more, but I'm quite certain that the value to the city is considerably more, and I would imagine that some other
Order. I don't want Councillor McPherson to lose his train of thought.
No, I
Councillor
might have to start again. That
yes,
would be
yes, indeed, you can. You can start again. Yes.
I'm quite sure that some of our neighbours are looking very jealously at this. I've seen it coming for about 9 years, I think, was when we first talked about this, John. and I'm very pleased that it's being so actively used by the city, and you can actually tell how well it works if you happen to be sitting in cars and seeing the cycle times change according to the with the peak flow directions and things like that. That's for cars, so it'll be great to see the utility expanded to cycling and walking, and eventually to other modes as well, and have different aspects like speed hooked into the system. So this is the way we need to go. I think this is money well spent, probably better spent on this than on building new roads, to be honest. We can actually get better use out of the existing infrastructure through this. But one of the things I hope that we will see in the report to us is some sort of after the case business case to show the value and in which areas the value is derived from this data, and point us in the direction of better investment in future. Thank you.
Thank you. Second to Councillor Thompson, do you have anything to add?
Only that it's brilliant to hear that we're investing more in counting people walking in particular, walking, biking, scootering. If we're not measuring it, then we can't make good decisions around it, so that's really good to hear.
Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I think this is even though we're being asked to spend more, it's a relatively small spend. If there's the opportunity for us to collect essential and reliable data on a timely basis, that will allow us to plan much more effectively and efficiently than we have in the past. I think we're going to need more roads, so I do dispute Councillor Dave's argument that this will allow us to actually build fewer roads, but it may also allow us to actually build cycle lanes and better pedestrian access in the areas where they're likely to be utilised. And hence the reason, and I have been asking staff for a number of months for actual movements of cyclists and pedestrians, particularly on the Claudelands Bridge, which I believe is one area where council has invested significantly but had very, very limited utilisation. This morning we partway undertook to spend $34 million on one cycle and pedestrian route, and that is a substantial amount of taxpayer and ratepayer money. So I think I would have more confidence around spending an amount like that if I knew what the actual utilisation may be like, rather than the guesswork, which I suspect is very apparent and likely in the data that we're getting thus far. So look, I would be keen to support that we actually get more sensors than what's being projected in here, and that we have the city very much under examination, so that we actually have the real data that will be necessary for us to plan effectively.
Mayor Southgate.
Debate of my colleagues on this one. I just think spending on collecting data is just half the answer. Once you've got the data, you've got to actually do something with it. And so as we go forward with this, with the greater spend and the increased data that we get, I'm hoping that we'll get the chance to hear any modifications to our transport system that have occurred or could occur as a result of this, because that's the application of data, which I think is really important, because ratepayers won't thank us for spending money counting things, but they will thank us for spending money to improve the transport system in a variety of ways, the multimodal. Looking at the blue dots around, I think they're in key strategic locations, and I think the area around the CBD, given that the pressures we're having for commuter parking, for mode shift, and all kinds of things coming into that arena, and more infill, more high density, I think that's really good to see that very well covered. In some of the suburbs, however, I suspect we're missing a number of considerably well-used rat runs. I probably know of a few myself in various parts, and I think that's the next key to see. If you make changes to a major transport route, where does it push the traffic to? Do they start going through quiet suburbs or do they get somewhere in a different way? Because I think that's important data as we're trying to move people onto passenger transport and so on over time. Understanding where it is they want to go and when they're going is really important. So good also to see the hospital as an area that is covered here, because we know that they're typical of a business that is not 9 to 5. And so, you know, you're going to get traffic movement and pedestrian movement at all different types of the day. So it's a good step forward. Thank you.
If there are no further speakers, Councillor McPherson, excising, you don't want to exercise your right to reply? Not sufficiently contentious?
I'm not sure there's anyone else I need to convince.
Right, okay. We'll go to the board.
I'm noting Councillor Van Oosten, O'Leary and Taylor Deputy Mayor Taylor are voting via audio-visual link.
Thank you. We now move to item 10, infrastructure delivery. Right, we're in your hands.
All right, kia ora, elected members, Mangai Norm. Council have existing contracts to deliver programs of Transport and Three Waters works, primarily to deliver asset renewals and network minor improvements. So moving into the 2021-2022 financial year, this report seeks to extend these existing contracts to deliver planned and budgeted works through to March next year, March 2022. In parallel with that, new delivery contracts will be procured to deliver the ongoing forward works programs. Other than that, I'm happy to propose to take the report as read and happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Chair. Chris, it doesn't say so specifically, but perhaps implies it, but that these contracts won't be let until after we have our vote on the LTP at the end of this month, on the 26th or whatever it is.
Yeah, correct. In the staff recommendation item B, it does note that the extensions will be subject to adoption of the 2021-31 long-term plan.
Yeah, I wouldn't have put that wording myself, because it will be let following that, because they could be let ahead of it, and then they'd be subject to, which would be an unusual, but just the wording doesn't clearly say that to me, so that's why I asked.
You may wish to move the motion and give us an adjustment wording. I'll be open to that. Any further questions before I go to Councillor Wilson?
Well, yeah, sorry. Well, I would move it if I can while jumping there. Change the word "at" ahead of the 24th following. Following
the 24th of June council meeting.
I think to make sure that it's dependent on that result.
Okay, so Councillor McPherson has indicated he's going to move that way. Just as we have the motion on the board, do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Pascoe. Right, Councillor Wilson, then Mayor Southgate. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Martin. Thanks for the report. Question relates to Three Waters and the work that is unfolding in that area, and whether or not how this work feeds into that broader issue. I mean, clearly this is improving current infrastructure and coping for growth, but I'm just wanting to make sure we're not doing something in total isolation to the broader issues stemming from Three Water and where those costs may land if subsequent entities are created. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so in terms of this contract extension, this is to deliver our planned and budgeted renewals program in the moving into next financial year. So it's not around potentially the outcomes of broader water industry discussions will be playing out in parallel with some of those over the next period of time. for this in terms of our 10-year plan, and obviously subject to and following the adoption of the 10-year plan, we've got a planned and budgeted program of water reticulation renewals in terms of stormwater, wastewater and water that we need to get on with delivering, and this is purely a contract mechanism to deliver that and doesn't predetermine any outcomes or preclude any outcomes in terms of what happens from a water reform perspective.
Yeah, thank you for that. One subsequent question. And look, I may be totally disconnected on this whole matter, but in theory, can you assure me that the infrastructure that would be improving wouldn't, in some foreseeable future, become the assets of newly created entities stemming from water reform? I'm just trying to avoid us spending capital and then suddenly all that infrastructure no longer being ours.
I think...
no correlation, no issue?
No, well, like I say, this is an ongoing program in terms of looking after our existing assets in the city. These are... It's an ongoing program, and I think the issue you're alluding to is something broader than around primarily the delivery of the renewals contract. I'm not sure if Chris might have something further to...
Yeah, just to reinforce what Chris is saying, Mari, a water manager working on water reforms here. But this is routine work, and I think it'd be reckless of us not to continue with this work. Like, it keeps our water business operating and it's functional. So water reform's ahead of us, and there will be decisions made on who owns the assets, etc. But I don't see that there would be any reason to... That will be taken account of, I guess, through the reform process. But in my view, we just need to keep going on keeping our water systems relevant and up to date and functional for the intended purpose.
Okay, so that answer, Mr. Chair, was much more helpful. So you're saying that potentially these assets may in fact be owned by other parties as a result of water reform, right? But you're saying in the meantime, we should continue to invest, and at the point that they potentially become assets of another entity, the value of those assets would be reflected based on the improvements we're about to make.
Look, I can't tell you how the water reform process would go, but what you said sounds reasonable to me, but I think that's ahead of us. I think for us, we you know, at the moment we don't have water reform, we have council, and we've got certain minimum work we need to do to keep our systems functioning, and renewals is just core work, as is our upgrades to the treatment plant. In fact, a lot of our interventions and capital projects over the next 1 to 2 years are really critical to keep our water business viable and safe.
Thank you.
Ms Southgate.
Yeah, I don't want to jump in, but I have to go as well. So I just want to ask this one question in terms of, I understand what this is about. I guess it comes back to that broad question that we have to ask, which is in terms of the increasing costs to contracts coming through with quite a bit of regularity, and that's not a criticism, it's an observation. What do we know about what's coming in front of us in terms of the increased costs of contracts? Is it labour? Is it material? Is it time? What is driving up the contract cost creep, if you want to? I'll try to find a word to say it, because I think as governors we are obliged to understand that, because Chris, we have always said to you, are renewals and maintenance sufficient for what is required? But I do know in the construction industry and in the civil engineering industry, the costs for materials and things and the delay in finding staff to do things is causing some bow wave of costs. Is that what we're going to see going forward, or is this just happen to be a set today that have gone up? Can we have confidence really in our projections around these contract figures going forward?
So I can give you two answers around that. So the first is around this existing contract and the extension, where we're able to use and leverage existing tendered rates from previous. So in terms of this contract and the extension of this contract, we are able to anchor back to those existing tendered rates, and our contractors are on board with that for this short term. So that's positive for this contract.
Yep.
But in terms of the broader industry as a whole, we certainly are seeing an increasing risk, particularly around costs. We're hearing, particularly in terms of material supply, there's significant challenges in terms of material supply, particularly key raw materials, steel prices, transportation costs have gone up significantly recently, as well as other pipes, concrete, aggregate. All of those are increasing rapidly, and labour as well as a challenge in the construction industry, as is well documented. So it's not. So we certainly do have a significant risk ahead of us in that space.
So through you, Mr. Chair, another question. If that you've just confirmed what I suspected were some of the drivers of increased contract costs, and we have had assurance going into the LTP about renewals and maintenance, but I wonder if we can bring an update to this in whatever the relevant forum is, so that we can have a look in the whole about what we can expect to see across some of this infrastructure going forward. So again, we get to that point of confidence.
Yeah. Just further to that, through the chair, there is an update coming to the Strategic Risk and Assurance Committee around one of the strategic risks there being availability of external resource and some of the consequences that has.
That's good to know. I haven't looked at that agenda yet, sorry, but that doesn't reach all councillors. So I just want to make sure that if that's the case, and this is a pivotal, because infrastructure is a big spend and it's always one of the biggest. So if that is the case, how can we make sure that all councillors have the same level of detail? Because they don't all attend that. And I'm not saying it shouldn't be there. I'm just saying, how do we transfer that discussion to the wider council for their understanding? Because before we know it, we're doing annual plan next year. And so through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I assume that can be a strategic risk, and note that in terms of visuality amongst all, including non-members of that committee.
Even if it's some sort of other session, a Zoom session or drop-in or something, because we usually get one or two councillors attending risk, but not everyone can or does.
So through you, Mr. Chair, can I just add to that?
Yeah, we just noticed that as an action point, Chris.
Yep. So this issue of price escalation is something that is just starting to manifest itself in the last month. So it's always been thought, but it's actually starting to be real, and which is why we're escalating up to the Risk and Assurance Committee. It's in my mind that every time we let a contract, we should increase our risk discussion in the contract, where we have a deep dive into the material. It seems to be materials is the big problem at the moment. So most of our contracts may have a material risk, and I think when we're bringing new contracts to you, we should have a discussion in each contract about some of the risks for that particular project and how we're managing those risks, because there are ways to manage them as well.
Yeah, so for example, I was aware that some of the concrete had to come in much smaller parcels for the 25 kilogram bag parcels, and that would have driven up the cost substantially in terms of time of opening those. And I just wanted to understand. I think it's time for us to get across it again.
So we'll certainly make an action note, minute note, please, in terms of the points that Her Worship raises. I now move to a question from Councillor Van Ooston.
Thank you. Just one question for the end. I see in paragraph 41 that we're providing a direct investment to the construction supply chain, providing employment outcomes and supporting local businesses. It's a fairly broad statement. Are we able to quantify that with more detail at all?
Yes, so we can go away and do a bit more analysis around that. Obviously, at the moment, this is kind of just in terms of the direct cost. Obviously, investing in additional work going through these local companies that have local employment, and also leveraging local supply chain as well. So delivery of these works does have an impact in terms of employment and wealth generation through the industry. I don't have all of the details of that supply chain detail in front of me at the moment, but if that's something that's of interest, we can bring that back.
And so do we collect the data to help us understand what that actual local impact might be?
It's not an area that we've probably been strong on particularly a lot of historic contracts, but certainly in recent times we have had a lot stronger focus in that area, both through our procurement and ongoing contract monitoring and the requirements that we're asking for from our contractors in terms of where is the supply chain investment going, and also particularly around the employment outcomes associated with some of our works. So we are getting more of that, particularly through some of our newer contracts.
Okay, thanks very much. I'd be interested to see a bit more of that. Thank you.
I have another question from Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Chair. Look, I'm just wanting to do a bit of a deep dive on some of these cost escalation. And can I have an explanation? I see on contract 16431, originally that contract was supposed to be completed by the 30th of June 2021, is that correct?
Yes, so this is the water main renewal one?
Yeah, I'm just taking one at a time. I'm taking item 1 under B, contract 16431.
Yep.
Originally, it was supposed to be completed by June 2021 at a cost of 16.5 million. And have I read that now correct, that it's been delayed?
No, it's not delayed. So the original contract was set up to deliver the 3-year program of water main renewals. It has successfully delivered that 3-year program of water main renewals. There was previously an extension to the existing contract in regard to delivery of the water stimulus program. So the water stimulus...
So surely that should have been a separate contract.
No, so previously we reported back to council to leverage the existing contract and the existing contract engagements that we've got. That was the recommendation and approved by council to leverage that existing contract to deliver the water stimulus program of works, which is central government funded.
All right, so keep walking me down this.
So that was the last decision that we'd got around this contract. So it's successfully delivered this 3-year program of water main renewals. We've also it's on track to deliver the water stimulus program, and what we're seeking to additionally deliver through this existing contract is an additional 9 months worth of our water main renewals program of which starts in July next year.
So the original contract, 16431 for 17,500,000, you're telling me that in fact that is completed?
The $16.5 million, which was set to 30th of June 2021, yes, that is completed.
So all of that work has been completed and was on budget?
Correct.
Okay. And then the additional quantum for the stimulus was a separate project but tagged under the same contract number?
Correct.
Okay. And you're saying that that quantum is gone up, or is a new spend?
No, so that's that additional $1 million of water stimulus program works. That is currently underway and getting delivered.
Okay. Help me understand, if it's $1 million and it was originally 16.5 million to be delivered by the end of June of 2021, you've said that it was being delivered. What I understand you're asking for is 17.5 million to 20 million. So you're saying that the difference between the 16.5 and the 17.5 was the extra million?
Correct.
Right? And now you're going from 17.5 to 20, and this is for the stimulus?
No, the additional works, as outlined under paragraph 29 on page 107, is to deliver the planned and budgeted works in terms of our 10-year plan funding. So in year one of the 2021 to 31 10-year plan, there are budgeted works for replacement of water mains, replacement of valves, meters and hydrants, and some network improvements. So the difference from the 17.5 as currently allocated to the $20 million is to deliver those planned and budgeted works in the LTP.
Right, under the same contract number.
Correct.
And in theory, when the original contract was signed, we knew that expenditure was coming, but it was just out of sequence. It was beyond the 3-year scope.
Yeah, that's right. And obviously the timeframes of confirming the 2021 to 31 long-term plan. Now that we've got more confidence in that, we can plan for that with more confidence.
In all of what you're putting forward to us, there is no budget blowout on any of the historical contracts. You're saying this is new expenditure under the LTP that have been refined price-wise.
Yep, absolutely. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
No further questions. I will now go to the, could we put the motion as per moved by Councillor McPherson on the board? There's a slight adjustment, wasn't it, in terms of the 24th of June?
So we're just removing that to make it clear.
Yep. Councillor McPherson has moved the motion.
Other than to say that change was to make it slightly more explicit that the contracts couldn't be signed before we'd had our LTP deliberations finalised.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe, seconder.
No, I don't have anything further to say.
No, I'm just quite sort of, it's a very unusual situation and not a flurry of hands. Sorry, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. No, look, I will take the opportunity to speak because the contract values are quite significant. Is that to me?
No, it's to the chair.
Okay. In the chair's defence, I had pressed the button before your last little comment. He just hadn't noticed it. Look, I'm fully supportive of spending this money on critical infrastructure. Nobody will disagree that this work needs to be done. I do highlight the fact that one of the two options that I understand may spin out from the water reform is how we manage this type of infrastructure and whether it in fact its ownership moves to a new entity or whether we maintain it in some sort of management. And I just think we need to be mindful of that in the context of how we're spending funds. And obviously our staff will be all across the ongoing negotiations regarding Three Waters and its ramifications for us, because meanwhile clearly we're going back and renewing and improving the facilities that ultimately may no longer be ours. And that's fine, but I'm just wanting to make sure that we're all mindful of that in our decision-making process.
Thank you. Further speakers? I will now put the question as motion as per on the screen. Please go to the board.
The motion is carried unanimously, noting that Councillors O'Leary, Van Oosten and Deputy Mayor Taylor voted by audio-visual link.
Thank you. We now do determination report, and this is of course a recommendation to council. Welcome, Jason. We're in your hands. Right, we have a move and a seconder. Jason, do you want to speak to this?
Sure. Basically, this is a matter of process. We're due to review our Hamilton traffic bylaw. Before we can actually do that, we need to get approval from council that the bylaw is the right mechanism for addressing all the parking related activities for us. So the report outlines that, the staff recommendation that the bylaw is the appropriate mechanism. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Leary, I saw a brief blue hand go up. Councillor Leary, do you have a question?
Yes,
Yes, thank you. I appreciate this is just a step in the process, Jason, but I'm just wanting to make sure, because the bylaw covers a lot of really hot topics right now, that are topical for council, including cycleways, parking, unlawful parking, residence parking, etc. So I'm just wondering if, rather than the statement of proposal coming directly back to the committee, whether a drop-in session or a spot in a briefing could be organised so that we can get an understanding of where staff's thinking is, because, as I said, a lot of those things are quite topical for us right now.
Sure. Look, we can certainly look to try and organise that. We were looking to come back to this committee on the 17th of August. I'm mindful that there is a period when you won't be available, so I'll just have to take that offline with governance and see what we can do in that space. So,
Okay, maybe that we need to push it to September.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't want the statement of proposal to come to the committee and then have members wanting to
I understand
get into
that.
the detail. If we can do that earlier, that would be more helpful to you guys, I'm sure.
Yep.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Question, I'm ready to speak.
Okay, question, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. So with the bylaw, there's different things like, for example, you can't park on a footpath, but then our enforcement and education around these things potentially is lacking. I'm just wondering if we can have a wider discussion around that as well.
Or maybe to take that offline. Is that what level of detail? 'Cause I don't think we'll get to that here, but maybe through Councillor or Chair Angela is talking about, we could take that offline.
Yeah, if we do have some kind of drop-in session or briefing, that could be part of that conversation would be really useful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Noted.
Thank you.
Right, no further questions.
Yep.
Question, Councillor McPherson? No? Okay, can we just for our viewers at home, can we just put the motion up on the board, please? Right, speaking to... Oh, one question, final question, Councillor Wilson, sorry.
My question to staff is, I understand we're agreeing with this motion, the mechanism for the review will be the bylaw.
Correct.
Ultimately, this will need to go out once it's formulated through a phase of consultation.
Yes, so there'll be a statement of proposal.
Yep.
That is what will come back, and then that is what will get consulted on publicly.
Right, and so my question is to you, and maybe the chair of this committee would be best positioned to answer it. What mechanism are you contemplating using for consultation? Is that going to be through the Hearings and Engagement Committee, or what?
As part of the statement of proposal and the report that comes back to council, there will be, I suppose, a consultation plan attached to that. So you'll have visibility of the steps that will be worked through in terms of how we'll communicate with the public, for how long, and I suppose how that will get reported back through council.
Just to add to that, Councillor Wilson, it will come back to the Hearings and Engagement Committee, which is part of the process for when we submit, when we consult on a bylaw.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, that's normal process. Chair Angela, I don't know, did you have anything to add to that? No? Okay. Are there any further questions? If there are none, I now hand over to Councillor McPherson as the motions mover.
Just really briefly, all we're deciding here is whether a bylaw and the associated mechanics, including consultation, are the way we should be heading in terms of traffic regulations / laws. We're not, the questions, with all due respect from my three colleagues that have been asked, all relate to the report you're going to get in September or whenever the chair and staff work out. You know, how the consultation happens, what exactly is included in the proposal, all of that is yet to be decided. This is simply saying to staff, go away and prepare a draft bylaw and the associated processes with that and bring it back to us for approval or change. That's all we're doing now. We have to do this because of the law, decide this question. Is it a bylaw? Is it part of the Local Government Act process? Which one do you want? That's all.
Right, there appear to be no further speakers. We'll go to the board to vote.
The Deputy Mayor Taylor are voting via audiovisual link.
Thank you. We now move to item 12, the report. Again, this is a recommendation to Council. Kyle Foley and Marie Porter, and we're in your hands.
Through the Chair, I'd just like to introduce Raymond Simpson and Kyle Foley, who is Ray is our Senior Planner in City Waters, and Kyle is our Environmental Policy Analyst. So between them, they are leading the review of the Trade Waste and Wastewater Bylaw. So I'll hand over to Kyle to introduce.
Kia ora koutou. I'll just quickly summarise the key points. However, note all of the matters I'll discuss right now are all contained within my report. The purpose of the Trade Waste and Wastewater Bylaw is to promote the protection of human health and the environment, and also protection of Council's wastewater assets. Council staff are required to review this bylaw pursuant to Section 158 of the Local Government Act. Council staff are therefore seeking approval to commence the review of the Trade Waste and Wastewater Bylaw by determining that bylaw is the most appropriate way to manage issues relating to trade waste and wastewater. Should Council staff recommendation be adopted, the next steps would include engagement of both key stakeholders internally and externally, and a statement of proposal and a revised bylaw. I'm happy to take the remainder of the report as read and happy to take any questions.
Any questions? There appear to be. Councillor Wilson.
Very brief one. I'm just trying to understand what is the cost difference between the two mechanisms?
I might have to...
So could you just elaborate on what you mean by the two mechanisms? Do you mean?
Yeah, the two options. My understanding is you could do this review by reviewing the bylaw as opposed to revoke.
Oh, it's.
Right, I've answered my own question. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Who would like to move this? Councillor Thompson, seconded Councillor McPherson. We now move into debate. I don't see any move. Councillor Thompson has moved. Do you have anything to say?
No, thank you.
No. Okay. Seconded McPherson. I don't hear anyone on the screen or remotely. So if there's no debate, I will now put this to. We'll now go to the board, please.
That motion is carried unanimously, noting Councillors Van Oosten, O'Leary.
Stimulus delivery update, Marie Porter.
Hello again. So the purpose of today's report is to provide an update to this committee on the completion of the Three Waters Reform Stimulus Program. So there is a further report coming to Council on Thursday, which is on the wider Three Waters Reform Program. Overall, the stimulus program is on track and progressing well, with most projects now in the physical works and delivery phase. A high-level summary for each of the projects can be found in the report within paragraph 21. As a result of more detailed cost forecasting for the Te Wetini Drive project, some further cost savings have been identified for this project, and this report is seeking approval to promote one of the contingency projects into the funded program of works to ensure that we can fully utilise the $17.46 million of allocated government funding. The contingency project staff are recommending to promote is the Peacock Bulk Water main project. So at that point, I'm happy to take the report as read and answer any questions that you might have.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, look, thanks, Myra. I had questions about two of the specific projects.
Sure.
First one, the Te Wetini Drive crossing, Rotakoti Rise. talking about it being halted for the winter season, I've actually just poked my nose in down there from both directions a couple of times. It doesn't seem that wet and waterlogged. Was this sort of like we planned never to do it in June and July and August? Or could it not have continued during that time, the work? Because the season's not a bad season compared with other winter seasons to date.
No, my understanding, and Chris might be able to provide some more information on that, is that it's around groundwater, but I'll let Chris provide further information on that.
You didn't specify which Chris, so I'll give it a go. Yeah, look, my understanding, Chris might be able to fill in the details, but they do have a problem with dewatering and pumping. So to build the parts of the road that cross the swale, which is where the tricky bits in building the dams are, they need to pump and dewater. And at the moment, through the winter period, the amount of dewatering is excessive and there are problems with that, and they've had to defer it to a later part in the year for practical and consent reasons.
So these are actual problems, not planned downtime?
I'll just get Chris, if he knows, to confirm that.
Yeah, that's correct. They're actual problems that have eventuated throughout the construction.
Fine, thanks. The other one related to the Peacock bulk water main. It's just a naming issue. My understanding was that wasn't just helping Peacock, it was helping other parts of the city in the east by increasing the capacity on that. And everywhere I go down Wailere Drive, I'm seeing this is just for Peacock, which is a bit like a red rag to the bull for all the residents that aren't in Peacock. They're going, we're paying for bloody Peacock work here. Couldn't we have said Eastern bulk main, water main upgrade, so that the whole city could, or the whole east side could have seen that they're all benefiting, not just Peacock?
You're quite correct, especially on the water side, because that's providing resilience to the whole eastern side of the city. So I definitely take your point, and we can certainly change the name of that project if that's what you'd like to see.
I'm thinking we've got enough of a problem convincing the city to pay for that. They're not actually paying for someone else's problem, that they're paying for a community upgrade. So let's tell them they're getting a community upgrade, not just one for that flash new suburb over the river.
Okay,
You're going to be moving the motion, you might want to bracket something.
No, I think the latest thing is a minute note. Is
All
that
right.
what it's called?
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine, thank you. I have Councillor Pascoe, then I have Chair O'Leary. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a question, Murray, about C. Is the reallocation of that spend, is that onto one? I remember we had a list of contingent jobs that we had in case they fell out. Is that one of those contingent jobs? Is
Yes,
it
it
that
is.
we're actually moving it away from the 18 to the extras that we had there in case?
Yes, so we've because we've had a cost saving in one of the projects, and it's quite a decent size, we thought it would be better at this stage to promote a contingency project, because that will also provide us more flexibility if there are any other cost changes in the next few months.
In the other parts of the list,
That's right,
yeah. And are we likely to get Internal Affairs approval to do that?
Yes, well, they've already given us approval for those contingency
have they?
projects,
Okay,
so we will be going through and notifying them of that change, but I can't see any reason why they would be
Why they
upset
wouldn't
by
want
that.
to let us do that?
That's right.
Thank you. It was a smart move, wasn't it, to
Yes,
actually
it
have
was.
that contingent list, yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Question, Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just some clarification, Murray, following on from Councillor Pascoe's questions. The Te Wetini Drive project was $3 million. So, and this says, and C says notes the reallocation of 945. So are we taking 945 off the 3 million? So that's the amount of savings that you've found from the Te Wetini project. Is that right?
That's the savings that have been identified recently in May. So there were some earlier savings off the Te Wetini Drive that was reported through to the April Infrastructure Operations Committee, but this is further to that. And that is the portion that we're allocating or want to allocate to the Eastern Resilience Project, bulk water main project.
Okay, so, but in that particular project, so the non-Peacock Eastern one was 5 million. So we're allocating, I'm just trying to get really clear in my head from the original list. So what are we doing with we've only found 945,000 to start the Peacock Eastern bulk water main.
Yes,
that's $5 million project. So what are we going to not be doing?
So there is.
Find the remainder of the money.
So there is funding within the first year of the LTP proposed for the Eastern Bulk Main Resilience Project.
Eastern Bulk Water Main.
So this would be offsetting that. So the
whole project worth 5 million is partly funded in the LTP, plus we're taking 945 from Te Wetini. That's right?
Yes, that's correct.
So does that mean then, because surely we would have not, at the outset of this, we wouldn't have realised we would have achieved some savings in Te Wetini, and so we would have surely funded the full McPherson bulk water main. Does this mean we're bringing it forward a year in the LTP, or we didn't properly budget for it, the full 5 million?
I might just see whether Chris Allen is able to help answer that and provide that clarity.
Yeah, I don't think I can add much to that, but just to reinforce that it came to council under the Peacock program as an opportunity to put in as part of the Peacock works. So it would never be cheaper and easier to put it in now, while the roads were all open, etc. So council have funded that out of the contingency fund for Peacocks. So for every dollar that's paid for the water stimulus, there's $1 saved in the contingency fund for Peacock.
No, that didn't help at all, Chris. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how we can do a $5 million project. Well, I understand how we can do it because we've found savings from another water stimulus project. But surely there must be savings in the LTP as well, because we surely would have budgeted for the full 5 million for the bulk water main, and now we've found 945,000 from somewhere else. So where's that other 945,000? Or we just don't budget for the full project, which would be irresponsible of us if we did it that way. Do you know what I'm saying? We're taking from one pot to pay for something, and now we've found an opportunity to use government money. So we must have planned to budget fully for that $5 million project in the first place.
Yep, that's correct. Can I take this offline and send councillors an email on this? Just for an update. I'll get the Peacock team just to put together an email and send it to council within the next couple of days. But this is a good opportunity for us.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just trying to follow the money.
You happy with that, Angela? Chair Angela? Okay, thank you. I now have a question from Councillor Wilson.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. And in fact, Angela was starting down the line of questions that I was going to commence. And Chris's answer has built a level of expectation that what he's about to write to us is going to answer the question, and I wondered if he's doing it in such a way that he's trying to tell us that we shouldn't ask the question because there's good news for us. So I'm at a bit of a crossroads. I can't support this currently because I don't understand the answer fully to Councillor Angela's question. There was a $5 million project. There was a separate project 940,000 that was saved, and we're moving the 945 over to the $5 million project. So Councillor Angela's question still remains. So has the $500 million project, $5 million project become 5,940,000, or has it? Do you see my? I don't have the answer to that question.
I'm wondering if
4,050,000.
one of you could assist Councillor Wilson and the rest of us.
Or that you'd like to delay this and have a brief chat to us, not online.
Correct, I'd prefer that. It's more than 4,050,000.
Understand.
Wait, there's good news.
Councillor Wilson?
All right. I think...
Why doesn't the GM give us a bit of an answer to that point specifically, as best he can?
Chris Allen?
Using the numbers that Ewan gave, it would be the 4,050,000. So it'd be the 5 million less the 950 that is funded through water stimulus.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Further questions? Further questions? If there are no further questions, who would like to move this motion? Moved by Councillor Thompson. Do I have a seconder for this motion? Seconded Councillor McPherson. Move of the motion. Do you wish to speak? No. Second of the motion. Do you wish to speak?
No, look, I'm happy with the answers we've had and the verbal assurances, which I think are okay for this purpose.
Right. Are there any further speakers? Go to the board for voting.
Councillor Van Oosten and Deputy Mayor Taylor are voting via audio-visual link.
Right, we now move on to item 14, which is right, Tanya, would you like to go through and the recommendation?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Chair. So just, we've got staff in the room, so with your leave, Chair, can we take each item
Sure.
in the report separately?
Okay.
Just to point out, there's two recommendations here. One is around approving the final submission to the Whakatahi Land Transport Rule setting of speed limits to the Chair of Infrastructure, noting that some of you have already been included in that working group with Robin Denton. And then the second is the report on the 2-hour free parking to be deferred to the end of the year to coincide with all the other parking activities in the parking management plan that's to come back to this committee. That's a process resolution because there is a live resolution at the moment to bring that back by the end of June. So staff won't have enough time to do all of that other work that surrounds that to inform that final report on parking. But happy to take any questions, or staff that are here will take questions that members may have.
Right. Let's just, if we just take questions first of all around the, I wonder if I should perhaps just go through quickly obviously the main items of Vision Zero. I'll just go through, see if there's any questions.
Surely there should be by exception.
By exception, all right. No, that's fine. That's fine. Right.
Otherwise you're going to have questions.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So 156, 157. Yeah. Can we just get an indication of questions by exception, please? Right. Councillor McPherson.
I've got a question just relating to the parking part that you last described. One aspect of the current free parking trial is supposed to have changed about now. That was the what we called the north and south precincts within the CBD was supposed to have reinstituted that, and we budgeted for that both in the annual plan and in the LTP. Are you saying that that also, I'm not talking about the central two precincts, I'm talking about the outer two, are you saying they're not going to start until December?
I'll get Jason to answer that question.
They could start sooner, so they're not fully operational yet. We had brought to a briefing some time ago about the different areas in zones 1 and 4. The one thing that we hadn't been able to, I suppose, land with elected members at the time was the cost of the parking, and we were always going to come back with the final layout of the parking in precincts 1 and 4 and the proposed costings for that.
But with all due respect, that's what you usually say when you don't agree with the Speaker. We budgeted in our annual plan for the financial year we're currently in and have got 3 weeks left to run off, we budgeted for an income to be received from precincts 1 and 4 in the CBD based on staff advice, which was a guesstimate. It wasn't. We knew it wasn't totally accurate, but it was the best ballpark figure they could give us for an income for the current year. And then we budgeted for that income to continue into year 1 of the LTP. So I can't. To me, this would, and that was due to start in January 2021, the year we're in now, the actual charging, let's say the physical charging. So putting it off for 12 months loses us. Now I can't remember the figure. It might have been. I've got figures in my mind of $300,000 or $400,000.
It was 400,000.
400. Thanks. So this proposal loses us that, and I'm sort of I can't accept that we. Yes, things were put off a bit because we needed some more information, and we obviously voted to approve that to go to the end of June, but this is adding an extra 6 months of that. So it's, to me, this is proposals, staff are proposing to us, well, don't worry about the annual plan or the draft LTP decisions because we're saying you shouldn't start it just yet because we're doing all this other work. And knowing parking, all this other work, if we have it ready by December, I'll be ecstatic because that'll be the fastest parking decision we've ever made, just about, you know. There is no end in sight, I'm seeing, as a result of this, to something that should have already started.
Yeah, look, parking by its very nature, I know it seems to get gripped up with a lot of other different aspects of the transport strategy. What are we trying to deliver? So I haven't been able to finalise with elected members what delivering that 400,000 in terms of the
but Jason, what is there to finalise? We voted on something in the annual plan round.
Yes,
but this proposal will have nothing starting in the annual plan round, nothing starting in the first half of year 1 of the LTP, nothing at all.
And elected members wanted to know where the sites would be for the parking, and then it got down to what side of the street it would be on.
No, that wasn't. Sorry, that was.
We can grip all that up. And what I was wanting to say.
Sorry, that was not the case, Jason. The maps showing the defined areas 1 and 4 within the CBD are precise, and they've been there since we brought in the 2-hour free parking some 3 years ago. Or, yeah, it would be at least 3 years ago. That those maps first came to us. The question about which side of the roads were for an expanded area of parking around the CBD fringes. In other words, it's quite precise what areas 1 and 4 are on the maps. That hasn't changed.
Look, I'm happy to start rolling stuff out.
Through the chair.
Sure.
So, Councillor McPherson, if I can understand your question correctly, one question is, will commuter parking be in place by 30 June as per the annual plan resolution in zones?
No, the annual
1 and
plan
4?
resolution was January 2021.
Yes. So, no, it won't be. the two zones, Zone 1 and 4, the commuter parking won't be, will we find the revenue within our parking budget to offset that commuter parking revenue? I'm looking at Jason to confirm within the activity.
We've attempted to offset that revenue that would have come from the computer parking from other revenue streams, but we've achieved the 400,000.
Well, surely a report asking us to defer the introduction of a decision that's already made, further, a second deferral, should identify the cost effects or the revenue effects of that and how much can be, if any, can be made up. You know, this to me is an incomplete.
Yeah, but you might be working on a recommendation on this one. You might just seeking that information.
To vote against C, because it flies in the face of both annual plan and LTP and an ordinary council resolution.
So just to clarify, Councillor McPherson, option C is around the 2-hour free parking, not the commuter parking.
Exactly what I'm talking about. The annual plan 2020-2021 voted to end free 2-hour parking in CBD zones 1 and 4 in January. Okay, there was a motion passed earlier this year in this committee to defer the start of that until this June meeting. We come to the June meeting and we're told that it's now being wrapped up with a whole lot of other parking discussions yet to happen, and it's nothing to do with that issue of commuter parking, which had which sides of the streets and all sorts of quite gnarly details. It's just quite a simple, straightforward element within that. So, and the LTP, I can recall checking that in our discussions there when we're looking at the revenue we expected to earn, it took account of the fact that there would be charging in zones 1 and 4. This is like continuing the 2-hour free trial by stealth in areas we'd decided to end it in. Not, I might add, in the central part, which was the high occupancy part, in the lower occupancy north and southern parts. So, you know, what happens when there's, this, I don't think this can be blamed on elected members. Not the further deferral, maybe the first deferral.
Okay, can I just go to Deputy Mayor Taylor? I'm going to go to the...
Yeah, look, thanks, Mr Chair. Dave, I'm not speaking, I'm speaking pretty much on the same page as you. I just wanted to try and help clarify that. Wasn't it, I think Dave is correct. There were areas in 1 and 4, although I didn't think it was the whole of 1 and 4 that we agreed to turn into commuter parking, and I haven't seen that come back to us to finally tick off those streets. But would it not be possible to get those back to us in a meeting and get that part of the deal started? Because it's Dave's correct. It was something we were going to get underway. But the only area I differ is that I didn't think it was all of 1 and all of 4. I thought it was part of 1 and part of 4.
You might be right.
That's correct, Deputy Mayor.
400,000.
It was 400,000 revenue, though.
Correct.
Absolutely agree. Yeah. I don't know if I've helped much there.
No, I probably have. Cause
Yeah, Dave, you might help us whether we make it. We'll item, as I understand it, item C. We might want to add some wording there. Would you work on that? Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions with regard to the item that Councillor McPherson has been addressing before I move along to the rest of the Councillor Pascoe? Thanks,
Chair. I had in the back of my mind when we discussed this back in January that the adjustments to those particular areas would be part of a decision that we would be making today about whether the trial would get renewed for another year. And I think since we brought the trial in 3-4 years ago, we have in June of every year renewed the trial for another year, and there's been different reasons for that. You know, there's been more information being sought and so forth. So the fact that the word trial isn't used in C is a little bit concerning to me, because I understand it is still a trial. And I'm not sure whether we have included the cost of the trial in the new LTP figures. Because if it was being renewed on an annual basis, it would have affected the annual plan year by year in terms of that renewal process. So I'm a little bit surprised that today we're not making a decision as to whether we renew that trial. And it looks like we are. We're deferring a decision, which means it's going to run into next year anyway.
So to answer your question, Councillor Pascoe, is yes, we have factored in the budget for the 2-hour free parking in the LTP as it is currently.
So is it in there for 1 year, or is it in there for all 10 years?
I understand it's in for all 10 years.
And yet it's still a trial?
Yes. That was the assumption that we made when we were developing the budgets because of the decisions.
Okay. Well, I'm pleased it's in there, but
Revenue though, because of the earlier decision on removing the free parking in parks.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
yeah, no, I understand that part, but I'm just a little bit surprised that a trial would be funded for 10 years when every year, as I recall it, we have made the decision whether to, and we have up until now anyway, made a decision to extend the trial for another year. So I could be wrong on this, but that is just my recollection of the direction of travel. And I thought every year in the annual plan, we had put the $1.5 million or whatever the cost was of the trial back in as a revenue reduction, or retained it in there.
So when we developed the budgets, we assumed that the 2-hour free parking offer would be there. So we've assumed that over the 10 years. Then we have the $400,000 that was in for the 2021 annual plan. And then I think it was off the top of my head, maybe $1.6 million for additional revenue.
But it's in that vicinity, yeah.
That's as well. So until a firm decision has been made based on the whole parking offer, that's what we have assumed going forward, and which would be adjusted if the decision was to remove the option of 2-hour free parking in future annual plan years.
Okay. Can I suggest, Dave, if you're happy to put the word trial in after 2 hour?
Okay. Well, Councillor Thompson is our next questioner on this item.
Not on
this item. Yeah, no.
Okay. Are there any further questions on this item? Obviously, since when we've been given notice that Councillor McPherson is going to be submitting an alternative wording in terms of the staff recommendation as per 2C. Right. We've gone there. Let's have a look. We've got, as I said, by exception basis, Hamilton Parking Principles Management Plans. The other exception item you want to raise, Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. It was just around the biking and micromobility connectivity activities. One of them was following up in a hearings and engagement committee meeting quite a few months back. We had a discussion around the use of staples in the shared paths alleyways, and the fact that they're causing accessibility issues. And we were told that there was someone doing an assessment of them, but then haven't really heard anything about that since. So I'm just wondering if we could potentially flag that as a staff action to report back to us on where that's all at an upcoming infrastructure meeting.
Through the chair, that piece of work is essentially just about complete now, so we can bring a short report back at some point, where it'll probably be included in the next GM infrastructure report. So yeah, we're getting close to finalising that piece of work.
Okay, thank you. And the other question was just around the design of coming off Claudelands Bridge, coming on and off Claudelands Bridge with the intersection on the east of Claudelands Bridge in the biking connectivity report here. And I just had some questions around the signalisation in terms of how people on bikes get through here, whether they're going to have to cross with pedestrians.
Yeah, again through the chair, the update in this report is slightly out of date. Things have moved a bit quickly since then. We've been through a significant safety review of the project, so we've added in some additional connectivity areas for cyclists. So yes, some cyclists will go with pedestrians, so they have their own separate crossing phase alongside pedestrian crossing lights. Other cyclists will get, depending on which movement they're making, they'll get a priority with the traffic lights just to carry on. They won't need to cross a road. Some confident cyclists will probably still take the traffic lanes and move with the general traffic. I think there's a question here about levels of service for cyclists versus other road users through this project, but that's, I would say, the level of service discussion is a larger discussion that needs to probably have through the review of Access Hamilton, to be honest with you, with regards to all modes.
And for this particular one, did we look at having any dedicated lights that would allow people to cross within one cycle rather than necessarily crossing with pedestrians as it's designed at the moment?
We've designed it in a way which we can add that in at a later date if required. But generally what will happen is cyclists will have to wait, press the button and go when they get their turn to cross the major roads there.
So what was the reason for not putting in dedicated signalisation in this one so that we kind of do it once and do it right?
Well, they have their own crossing point, so they have got their own phase, but they'll have to wait as their phase comes around, like pedestrians would normally wait as well.
But if they want to turn, say, from the bridge onto Brooklyn Road, or come off Heafy Terrace and then turn right on to the bridge, they will have to, like a pedestrian, stop, wait, get to the next set of lights, stop, wait, whereas a motorist would just have one set of signals that they wait for and then they go straight through.
I'll take your comments away to the design team and we'll have a relook at it. But we have to balance out the requirements of all modes in that area until we've had that wider discussion about levels of service for different modes.
So we have to wait for that discussion as part of Access Hamilton?
I think for the broader network we do, but for this particular project, I'm certainly happy to go and have a look at where we can make any tweaks to give pedestrians a slightly, maybe an improved level of service, but we have to consider that in the broader context of that piece of network there.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yes, Chair. Question on Project Watershed.
Watershed. Yep. Any other questions on micromobility before we move on to Watershed? Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you. Just a very quick question. I just wonder how we're getting on with the ongoing discussions with Waikato Regional Council in terms of Project Watershed and gully restoration. So I don't see gully restoration mentioned as being part of the arrangement that we have under that, and it is going to be potentially a very big area of expenditure going forward. And I know that this report focuses on this year rather than next year, but it does talk about ongoing discussions with WRC.
Yes, so I'm aware that there have been discussions between the General Manager and her equivalent over at Waikato Regional Council about increased representation of Hamilton City Council, and I guess that's where the start of those discussions will really sort of go from once we can really lock that in place. So there's also going to be a briefing to elected members in September, which will be looking at, I guess, the stormwater activity and erosion and Project Watershed and gully restoration, etc., as a whole. So that's planned for September at this stage.
Okay, and the intention is that under paragraph 30 is that we have an elected member?
Yes, that is,
representing us on Project Watershed.
that is what Evelisa is currently discussing with
Yeah,
the
okay.
counterpart.
Thanks, Maury. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mongai Hill.
My question is relating to the rubbish and recycling update.
Right, anything else on Project Watershed before we move to rubbish and recycling? Norm?
Yep. Kia ora. Just in regards to the contamination of the bins, and note that there's a number of residents that are breaking the law. So what happens when their bins are removed? How do you assist and help that, given the areas aligned to Kāinga Ora? Yeah. What support, help do you give?
In terms of additional support for the recycling, obviously once we've taken the bin away, that is just advice as to where they can take in terms of the transfer station, and they can get rid of their recycling free of charge.
So that's free of charge?
For the recycling at the transfer station, yeah, there's no cost associated with that. In regard to Kāinga Ora property, we're working quite closely with them. They receive notification at the same time that the tenant does around it, and we're just currently sort of met with them last week, just looking at how we manage the issues a lot better in terms of like more intense education. And we've got a meeting coming up early next month with all the tenancy managers.
Yeah, so I was just going to ask, what role does Kāinga Ora play in, so you can educate as much as you can educate, but it's the action and execution is key, and what role does Kāinga Ora play in assisting?
In some cases I've put, it's not so much recycling, but like put skips at some of the sites, just as a bit of an amnesty for some of the residents to get rid of their stuff. So very proactive in terms of working with us and just looking at solutions, and maybe some of those solutions that we look at moving forward is there an alternative bin or anything like that that's Kāinga Ora are responsible for, rather than Hamilton City Council.
But all in all, the whole program has been well received, and performances
still going well.
Going real good.
Yep.
Yeah. Kia ora.
Councillor Thompson.
Also on a similar topic, thanks Trent, it was just around the food scrap collection, and we've got 56% of residents putting out their bin for collection each week. Do we know the reason why people don't put it out? Like, there might be some people who compost themselves, but I can't imagine 40% of people do that.
Just anecdotally, we've heard obviously that people have got their own home composting. Others over summer, just they issues around where they could store the bin and store food in the bin. So we've been made aware of a few circumstances
Right.
but whether, and obviously these are going back to sort of April, but whether we've seen with a change of season whether the presentation rates have increased or not. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on that.
Okay, so some people have concerns around it getting a bit gross and smelly over.
Just a few inquiries that we've received, and just sort of whether we've got any ideas, and we do sort of provide some tips on our Fight the Landfill site around managing that. But also, we've found that we need to do more proactive education around people not putting the food waste into the red lidded bins and actually using the green waste bins.
Yeah, okay. Because is that what we expected in terms of usage, or?
It's surpassed in terms of usage. I guess there wasn't much to benchmark against, and I think it was probably looking sort of the low 40% was presentation rates, and that was more so based on what we did know.
Okay.
Which obviously we're always hopeful, but we were looking for around.
Yeah,
50.
and say if you were to encourage more people to use it, would we then be looking at increased costs in terms of the service, or do we have the capacity to pick up as many as need be?
Yeah, it's just the weekly collection within that volume. So, and it may be like we're looking obviously presentation rates that some houses may not be putting out every week, so they may not have that much food waste. So.
Yeah, okay, it'd be quite good to explore that. Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Don't go yet. We got more. it might be because of that recent TV program on how to reuse, re-eat your food waste, how to recycle it to actually eat, maybe. Look, I want to ask one about the diversion of the rubbish and recycling there. The diversion rate has been pretty steady and high, though seems to be tailing just slightly. And I do recall when we brought in the first recycling back in 2002 or whatever it was, it started up higher than above 30%, just slowly tailed off over the years. And I'm wondering whether you've got a comms plan in place to keep boosting it every time there seems to be a dips in the trend.
Oh, I think there's definitely, we want to keep that momentum going all the way along. Probably one of the, the strongest tools is we've got the Fight the Landfill website, and just keep taking the opportunity. We're grabbing any opportunity we get to talk to the media about the service and other TAs, and so it's, there is a wider education plan and strategy, and we definitely want to keep it going. So
could we investigate other council facilities and services, such as our rates bill, if you can call that a service, which goes out by mail or email, as being a means of promoting that, especially in these early days? I don't want to get into the detail of it, but I'm just thinking, knowing what happened last time, that it will always need a bit of a kick along.
And we have utilised that method as well, early on, sort of promoting the new service.
And the other question about the diversion, that's as well as being good environmentally, it also is good financially for the city. Could we have when we get these reports, perhaps a costing? This has diverted so many tonnes from the Hampton Downs place, and that it would have cost, compared with last year, the cost is reduced by this much to the city, something like that, which will just help for those that are like bean counting, will reinforce the usefulness of this.
No, definitely, and it's with the increases in the levy, it will show more as well.
So if I may add to that, through the Chair, Councillor McPherson, we've got a report, I think, coming back in around September or October to this committee on the outcomes of the new service. So that's given us a whole year snapshot, so we'll include that.
That'll be good. Yep, thank you.
Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. Thanks for your excellent questions too, Dave. That's a little bit of where I wanted to have some further understanding of. I understand that we do have some goals to grow the service where it isn't being used. That's great. Have we seen any patterns in different areas or socio-economic groups that might be quickly identified as quick wins to increase that growth?
In terms of, we're just working on that at the moment. We've got what we call a heat map, which is showing us where some of the areas of contamination are occurring. Probably more focused on that aspect at the moment rather than presentation rates, but there's nothing to say that we can't look at that sort of moving forward. But
great, okay. And also, we're bringing a report back in September. I wonder if it might also include some information on the impact on our wastewater. Certainly people will be doing some composting, but there's also an awful lot of in-sink garbage disposal units. And has there been an impact on the downwater impacts of not putting all of that other stuff down?
yeah, I'll probably, if I may, turn to Myri just in terms of how much we would be able to understand from the loading of the wastewater.
So in terms of the loading at the wastewater treatment plant, we've not seen any detectable change as a result of the food waste collection. However, the area of greatest benefit is likely to be in the retic and the actual pipes, because it's the material that gets chewed up in the waste disposers that settles out easily in our pipes and could actually result in increased blockages. So We probably just need a longer period of time to actually determine whether that trend of blockages is actually changing and is actually detectable. But that's what we're hoping to see.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one brief question going back to the finalising our submission to the Land Transport Rules speed limit. Obviously delegate, I think in the time span, delegate that to the chair. Angela, Councillor Lear, are you with us? Oh, sorry, she probably just dropped off. Look, I'm just, as I understand it, there'd be a round robin to the GM on that one, and then, you know, if there was some significant issue, I mean, we've been through a whole lot of stuff anyway. If there was a significant issue, then you can set up a Zoom or whatever. If there's not, then obviously off it goes.
Yes, I understand that Robin's been working with some elected members, or she's asked for early feedback, so
Yeah.
I'll make sure that she loops back.
Yeah, and I'm wondering
we'll
if
follow the normal process.
possibly, I think we just add to that one, just to the chair and deputy chair of infrastructure operations, and that one just as a due process. So if I just add that in, chair and deputy chair of infrastructure operations, that's fine. Now, since when, Councillor McPherson, I think you're going to show us a tweak to item C. Would you like to just give explanatory?
What's the easiest start? What's D was C in the staff report, but it only refers, and I think that should be explicit.
That's right, you've refined it.
And hang on, it only refers to zones 2 and 3. That's staying wrapped in with the whole review, December. But item C, new item C in red, talks about getting a report from staff at the next meeting of this committee, saying precisely which parts of zones 1 and 4, as per Jeff's point, because we're not certain that it's every single street there. So get that report to us at the mid-August meeting, and we make a decision, subject to the councillors voting for it, that the 2-hour free parking trial in those areas identified cease from 1st of October, because that gives 6 weeks for staff to implement that aspect, rather than trying to start it the following day.
Right. Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor, did you have anything to add to that explanatory?
No, it's very good.
Okay.
Support it.
Okay, fine. Would you like to second it? You'll second it. Deputy Mayor Taylor will second. Right. If there are no questions on that,
Just a further question, Chair.
Yes.
In terms of the October date, do staff have the means by which to implement that in a way that is easy for the public to be able to access?
Yes, for the actual on-street commuter parking, we'll have to bring back to you in the August meeting, you know, how we would roll that out in terms of the signage and the communications. But that should be doable, eh, John? Yes. Can I just clarify one point, because I don't know if it actually reads how you're intending it for item D, because I know we're talking about there are parts of precincts 1 and 4 that will be converted into on-street parking. But then you go into D that says approves the remaining zones 2 and 3, but there will be parts of zones 1 and 4 that will be still shopper parking.
Remove zones 2 and 3, yep. So the remaining bits after we've dealt with C.
Correct.
That was why it was done in that order.
Yep. Okay.
Yep. To remove the free parking in the areas that we approve.
Yes.
Keep everything else going until the review.
I understand that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can I suggest also, Dave, that in to our free parking trial so that it's consistent
Trial,
with
yeah,
C.
After the word parking, Narelle or Tyler.
So it's then consistent with C.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Just if I may, through you, Mr Chair, we're just checking to make sure that we don't have to bring anything back to hearings and engagement in terms of the changes to the parking
Well, could I
timeframes.
suggest that if we did have to, if there was any question we did, staff would have brought that in sometime about this time last year, because it was this time last year when we decided the annual plan, and they've had 11 months to say, hang on, we need a hearings and engagement thing there. It's not changing the trial, it's just changing the area it covers. I mean, if that's a new question, I'd be flabbergasted and highly annoyed.
I think it's a minute. Would it be just a minute? I mean, if there's a legislative obligation to do that, yes, but that'd be a minute note. If it's
It
not,
was
then
not
you don't.
identified in the...
It's not identified.
At the start of the year as a potential issue. So if it's suddenly coming up as an issue now...
So I would assume that if we had legal advice from our city solicitor, then you would be in consultation with the chair, the to-be Chair Wilson on that issue. If it's not an issue, then obviously there won't be.
I just thought it was prudent to check that we didn't have to bring it back to another committee. That would be in contradiction to your 1st of October date.
Would we have a bracket there subject to due
No, look, I think that's a red herring, to be honest. You know, if it wasn't a red herring, staff would have alerted us months ago to that issue. I'm not prepared to include anything like that in the motion.
No, that's fine. I'm just being discussed. But obviously, what we'll take as a given that if there was a robust requirement, you would advise the chair of operations, chair of strategic growth, and certainly Councillor Wilson, if there was a robust requirement that was watertight with the city solicitor.
Yes, we would. Yes.
Right. On the basis that that shouldn't unduly interfere with the date parameters here. All right. Yeah. In other words, logically, if you receive advice to that effect, if you don't, then you don't. Right. As the mover of the motion, Councillor McPherson, do you want to speak to the motion all up?
I think I've mostly spoken about it, but this is not trying to rush something through.
Yeah.
This is trying to catch up with something that should have happened a while back, and it still gives staff time to A, prepare another 8 weeks, and B, 6 weeks following that to actually sort out the implementation on something that was envisaged quite a while ago, and with the, generally speaking, assumption that those areas in C that get identified in C revert to something like what the rule was before the free parking trial came in. In other words, the charging regime, we now have the sensors in place in all of those areas, I believe. So the ability to handle that has probably been changed. It's become digital instead of analogue, if you like. If putting money in the slot machine is analogue. And I don't see that why this would be a problem to get this changed and get some revenue coming in. It's an absolute oxymoron that we're having free parking in areas that have for nearly a year been identified as not needing it. We're keeping the main shopping area for the moment until we have the overall review, keeping it as free parking till we have the overall review in December, but we're getting some revenue coming in as soon as is reasonable.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, Seconder Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair, for that. Yeah, look, I'm good with these recommendations and the reworked C and D. I agree with Dave that there is the opportunity to convert some of the outlying parts of the central city to our rezone into commuter parking a little quicker than proposed in this report originally. There are parts of the north and south of the 2 hours free zone that aren't being fully utilised at the moment, and they could be used by workers. I know the HCBA supports this idea too. The 2 central precincts and parts of the outside precincts get hammered with 2 hours free, which is great. But why not use the outlying areas to help workers? But I'd also like to throw Jason a bit of support here. Trying to get elected members to agree on parking is no easy task, and herding cats is a breeze in comparison, I think. And I'll take some responsibility for that as well. And in his defence, I think part of the issue is the desire to treat parking and transport as a holistic thing, rather than just trying to deal with parking in isolation. And I think that has slowed things down a bit too. But look, I'm confident the next few months in these special workshops that Jason's been planning for us that we can reach some level of agreement, or at least polite disagreement. And in terms of 2 hours free itself, I'm not defensive about its future because I don't think I have to be. I think genuinely it works and has huge support both from business and the community. And happy to discuss it frankly when the time comes. But yeah, good move for these changes, Dave, and I'm happy to support.
I'm told Jason quite likes cats. Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Chairman. Look, I just want to support Councillor McPherson, his comments. I'm frustrated, and I believe a decision made by this council well over a year ago has been frustrated. And although, and I respectfully hear the Deputy Mayor, and I'm very grateful for his support with what's on the table here, the finer design aspect should not be the reason why a broadly accepted and appropriately constituted resolution of this council has not been acted upon. We said well over a year ago that we would be achieving $400,000 of additional revenue, and we have had to forego that, and that means in our last annual plan that we'll have to take that money from somewhere else, right? Because we said we were going to have $400,000 revenue and we haven't achieved it. And here we are again now being on the eve of potentially being asked to extend it again. And so I respectfully understand the Deputy Mayor's comments regarding the capable staff and the energy they're putting in, but I remind staff that we have passed a resolution and it's got to be implemented. What part of an expectation of $400,000 a year stemming from this parking does not make sense to anybody? My tolerance has now expired. I expect to see a process being made on this because council, and there's no, I mean, council has already had this debate. We've passed that in the annual plan and we've reconfirmed it. We've reconfirmed it just recently in our LTP. So that's 2 resolutions of council. And here we are again, we still haven't achieved it. So I support the amendment of Councillor McPherson, and I encourage everyone who's involved in this to get this sorted. That's it.
I don't normally come into a debate, as you know, but I think the motion moved by Councillor McPherson and Deputy Mayor is the appropriate tweak and the appropriate, if you like, fine-tune to re-emphasise what I believe to have been previous motions. I certainly, however, want to do a big shout-out to our team in parking enforcement, particularly as we roll out, you know, the commuter parking issue, particularly, and the challenges that we have as, you know, the 4th Metro, and obviously, you know, the things like the technology, the communications, and all that. And I, you know, through the long-term plan discussion, it wasn't lost on me that this attracted a good deal of interest. This and the proposal to charge for the Hamilton Gardens parking, dare I say it, parking does seem to press buttons in a significant way, interestingly. But yeah, fine. I think this motion keeps us on the road, and I'll be obviously supporting it. Thank you. Right of reply, Councillor McPherson. Okay, right, we'll go to the board.
The motion is carried unanimously, noting Councillors Van Oosten and Deputy Mayor Taylor are voting via audio-visual link.
Final item in the public session, that's item 15, external committee updates. Tanya, I don't know if you want to speak till I just defer automatically to our representatives on these bodies? You happy with that? Right, if we first of all, Councillor O'Leary is not here. Chris or Jason, in terms of the Regional Transport Committee, is there anything we need to add? Councillor McPherson, of course, you're the alternate member.
Well, I actually had a point to raise relating to this and our LTP, and that, maybe I can refer you to the pages. If you look at page 189, it's got an on-time performance chart which shows of the 4 aspects of Hamilton, west and east, plus the 2 premium services, Comet and Orbiter. The Comet is significantly lower in terms of, or worse in terms of on time compared with the others, other parts of the Hamilton network. And if you then go to page 193, which talks about the ridership improvements needed, it identifies the Comet as having planned ridership improvements with a frequency going down from 15 minutes to 10, and the need for a new Glenview bus hub at the south end of the city to anchor that service and connecting services. So I'm sort of drawing, and this is a bit of a discussion we've had at both in our LTP and in the Connections Committee. I'm drawing or raising the issue of a potential problem. We want to, the Comet's our premium service, we want to increase its frequency. We don't have many route improvements. We've got some, but not many route improvements in place for the Comet, where it's already got the lowest on-time performance in the area. We don't have a response from Waka Kotahi as to whether they're going to put any money in to a Glenview hub, and I might add that's because that hub is on State Highway 3, down by the Glenview shops, or the proposed place for it. So I'm just identifying that to a looming problem. We want this to be successful. It's not heading in the right direction at the moment, and it's hard to make a premium service successful if you don't improve the route and have the right sort of connections along it. So that's not a question, because it's a commentary for people to watch out for that area. I think the rest of our services do fairly well, and we've certainly got an excellent relationship with the Regional Council in terms of discussing these at our Connection Committee meetings. It's like being at a faster infrastructure committee of the City Council, Mr Chair.
Yeah, thank you. So basically I'm just assuming that what you have done as the alternate, you're making comment on the Regional Transport Committee and the Regional Connections Committee items. Did you want to actually, apart from receiving the report, did you want to have a minute note or something with regard to that specific service, or will we pursue that through Connections?
Probably a good idea to have a minute note that it gets drawn to the attention of our representatives on the committee and to the Regional Council.
Should we do that? Right.
that we're identifying that as an issue.
Ewan and Sarah, you're on the committee. You've got anything to add?
There was also, I'd have to look at the minutes of that meeting, but there was also some discussion around the issue of the kind of parking mayhem that we see outside of the school gates, and we discussed working with the regional council. They have some resourcing there, looking at what resourcing we have or the Ministry of Ed has in terms of pulling together to do a couple of trials with schools, say with travel plans, to see if we can make a bit of a difference around those parking issues and the mode shift issues there, and then have something that we could follow going in the future as an example. So that's in early discussions, but it was something that was resolved at that committee.
Okay, anything further, Councillor Wilson, on this before we move to Te Hua, obviously?
Very broadly, at the same meeting, we discussed the potential of an on-demand bus service to the airport, targeting leisure services in the morning and the afternoon. That is still evolving, and once we have more certainty, we'll certainly come back. It's on page 207 for those who are currently interested.
Okay, probably be helpful if we do just do a minute note on both Sarah's and Ewan's point, just a brief minute note. If there's nothing further on that,
Sorry, I just
Yep.
perhaps should add that there are route or network maps that show the two new proposed frequent services, which are the Meteor in blue, page 196, and the Rototuna Rocket in red on page 197, if anyone wants to. They're basically the two in the next 2 years that are proposed, and if people want to have a look at a graphic that's quite helpful in explaining the difference between the frequent route services, the faster services, and the current type of coverage we mostly have, page 191 has got the graphics to show how the two are different. The sort of all over the place that gives you better coverage versus the fast corridor type of route.
Okay, no, absolutely, thank you. Any further comment on that before I move to Councillor Wilson to final commentary with regard to the new Te Hua governance group? Ewan?
There's lots of detail on page 180. In simple terms, our next meeting is on the 18th of June, where we will continue to pursue the optimisations we all recognise that are required to make Te Hua a success. I believe so far it is working and performing to a level that we expected in light of the fact that it doesn't go far enough into Auckland, there isn't enough frequency, and there isn't enough weekend frequency. And so it's those issues that we're working on to try to improve, including going through to the Strand on Saturdays, an increased with a mid-morning and return service during the week, and long-term going through to at least Puanui station, which will be open in 3 or 4 months, that would connect perfectly with high-frequency shuttles to the airport and trains to Manukau. So it is a progress in motion. My final comment, there has been some feedback from passengers raising concerns about connecting on AT services to Te Hua leaving from Papakura, and the concerns being what happens if AT has a service delay and what is the consequence for those passengers. And it's an item that I'm sure Councillor Dave and I will raise again at the next governance discussion, because it's clear to me it's actually an inter-service provider discussion, as in, is AT preparing to commit that if they have a disruption, who will pay for the bus, who will move those passengers. But it's a legitimate concern that is articulated by a number of passengers. But again, it is a problem that disappears immediately if Te Huia is entitled to go where it should, which is the Strand, okay? And the irony does not get lost on me that every day Te Huia works its way into the heart of the city, but without passengers. It's just nonsensical. So although I'm mindful of the problem that's been articulated, I am clear about the solution. Let's go to the Strand. Let's be the provider so we're not having to rely on AT and Kiwi Rail and the ticketing issues. It is a low-hanging fruit that can be fixed, but it's just getting AT, Kiwi Rail, and other interested parties to see what we see. And in their defence, they will tell you this is a byproduct of numerous governments over successive years of failing to spend in rail infrastructure in Auckland. They're right. So there's all sorts of explanations, but we're working on a solution.
And we just want to save AT and Kiwi Rail a angsty phone call from the Minister of Transport when the media are all across someone being stranded in Papakura, presumably, which you're obviously pursuing. It would be really bad. But thank you from the Chair, and on behalf of Angela, thank you for the work in the Council you're doing, Ewan, on that. And we know, I guess just a question to you if I can. AT, in terms of this new sort of governance structure moving forward, obviously AT are going to be in the room.
Things have progressed well in that regard. Waikato Regional Council and Mike Garrett is leading that project with Jose. They have the services of a very competent independent consultant who cut his teeth in Kiwi Rail and understands the Kiwi Rail thinking and understands the dynamic relationships with AT. And so WRC on our behalf are doing their very best to advance these issues. And we know where we're trying to get to. We're just walking through this process. And look, I'm the first to say that this should have been resolved years ago. But one could also say that when actually the former service disappeared a number of years ago, that if it had continued, we wouldn't be having these problems.
Absolutely.
But it's that stop-start, lack of long-term spending. And my final comment is, I note at the council meeting on Thursday, we get to redecide who our representative is on Te Huia going forward. And so I'm very happy to continue, or I'm very happy to hand the baton on to any other who would like to do the role.
I suspect you'll have little competition for that role somehow. Right, if there's no further, I'll just move that the report be received, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Any discussion? All those in favour? Sorry, Councillor McPherson.
Not so fast. There was another graph that you should have a look at on page 187, overall PT patronage. For those that have been worried about the effect of COVID,
coming back,
the blue one, you can certainly see the effect, but you can see that by the end of March, we were practically back up to the previous figures pre-COVID. So they've done an excellent job here in promoting getting back up to that level.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion to the motion? If there is none, in this one we'll just raise our hands, please. Unanimous?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Right, we just now move to the resolution to exclude the public, moved as per page 228 of the agenda order paper. Moved Councillor Wilson, seconded Councillor McPherson. All those, and that is for items C1, C2, C3, C4, as per on the agenda. All those in favour will say aye. Those to the contrary will say no. That is carried. And I'll also just remind members that it is getting late in the day, but